Keep a little dirt under my pillow for the dirt man, in case he comes to town. I keep a little dirt under my pillow for the dirt man, so he won't take me down to his land deep under the mountain, underground. That's where he keeps his dirt. I keep a little dirt under my pillow for the dirt man, in case he comes to town. Keep a little dirt under my pillow for the dirt man, so he won't take me down to his land deep under the mountains, underground. That's where he keeps his dirt. Uh-huh. Okay, there we go. Welcome to the stream. Roll initiative 19. This dice is blessed. I got my trans dice, my trans D20. And it likes to roll either 3, 6 on the 1 digits or every other double digit. 11. Okay. Oh, that was a 9. Yeah, 3 again. Loves the 3s. 18. 18, baby, come on. 12, 18. 15. 3 in a row. Let me tell you. I mean, you're gonna get a variety of options when it comes to, your dice, but yeah. Do you ever need like 3? I think you probably do. You need like, well, now I have 3 D20s, which is crazy. I got a blue one, a red one, and now a blue, pink, and white one for trans. That's not bad. The blue one actually rolls pretty good. 14 on the trans dice. Trans flag, I might say. I think this is the first time I rolled a 2. I don't think I ever rolled a 2 on that one. 14 on the trans flag. 16 on red. 3 on blue, which makes sense, because blue is the worst D20 I have ever rolled, ever. Every time I roll blue, it is always like a 1 digit. 3, 4, 9. Okay, that time I got a 14. Is that 16? 16, okay, let's see. 11, that's not bad. Ah, okay, maybe blue has gotten better. I don't know what happened with blue. Is it blue or red? I think it was blue. Because red usually rolls pretty well. It's not rolling too well. No, not 20. Okay. Let's go with trans flag. Come on, baby. Show me 20. Show me 20. This is actually how they test dice, is they just roll it a bunch of times. Ah, 19, not bad. I mean 20 though, I want a 20. So I can put you away. 6. 6 again. 10. Alright, you're not rolling too hot right now. I'm like, 20! The second I thought I need to put it in dice jail, it rolls good. I'm so proud of you. It obviously came with a bunch of other trans flag dice. I think the best one, when it comes to color, they didn't put a lot of pink in the D20, which is fine. It's fine, it just mixes in with the blue. Luckily, the blue has a bit of a gradient to it with white little speckles of red and it's a little darker of a blue, and the numbers are black. The good thing about the trans flag dice is that the numbers are white, so even if there's a lot of blue in one area, you're going to be able to see the white of the flag, which is nice. Very nice. Let's see which one has the best amount, like the best ratio. The lucky thing about the trans flag dice is that the 20, the side with the D20 on it, has the most pink. The number that has the most pink, I'd say, is maybe 15. And then 2, 15, 18, 4, 20 has like a little bit. So it'll be really fun to roll with. Yeah, it'll be really fun to roll with the D12, I think this is the D12. Yeah, the D12 is like, has the perfect mix. And I might go ahead and buy, because these were really cheap, so I might go ahead and buy a second round of these, because usually it's made out of epoxy resin, just to see if I can get a better D20, because this one is a little more blue than I'd want it to. I want it to be more pink than blue, but I wonder if I can leave a note to the store. I can check. Let me check real quick. I have a little dice jail that's like a little slime. It's a slime enemy, but it has like a hollow, it has like a hollow center to it, where you can put like a little, you can put your dice inside the slime. You can kind of roll your dice. A D20 rolls really well in the slime. And probably any of the more triangular dice will roll well in the slime. Something with like a good axis to shift. The D4 probably not, and the D6 probably not either. But all the rest of them would roll pretty nicely in the slime. If you just like pass the slime over the table, it'll roll pretty well. Anyways, we're doing art today, obviously. Today's yet another art stream. That's right, folks. The hell? I got an email? Okay. Cool. Just wanted to check, make sure. I might have to use the restroom in a second. I still have this open, actually. We close this. There we go. Alright, cool. Sick as fuck. Maybe if we widen it, you can see more of the... Yeah. Keep a little down on my pillow for the dirt man, in case he comes to town. Keep a little down on my pillow for the dirt man, so he won't take me down to his land deep under the mountain, underground. Okay, I will be right back. In the meantime, please enjoy the music. This playlist is some of my favorite video game playlists. This is from Blasphemous, which is a indie game where you play as a cone-headed fucking freak. So, enjoy the music. I will be right back. Hello. Welcome back, Lonely. I caught you just as I got back to the stream. Oh, a birthday party. How nice. That's really nice. That's good to hear. Let's get the ambiance in here. Turn the lights down low. Where are my fucking socks? I need my cozy socks. Or else I'm gonna freeze my toes off. I need to buy those wool-lined socks because I like to keep my apartment really cold. It is summer, so if your apartment's not cold, it's hot. There is no in between. I'm sorry to tell you this, folks. I'm sorry, folks. If your apartment's cold, if your apartment's not cold, it's hot. We live in America. Home of the brave, land of the oil baron. The temperature keeps rising, but lucky for us, we've got plenty of air conditioning. Don't worry about the waste that the big electric companies make. Don't worry about it. As long as your house is cold, you'll be fine. Isn't that right, folks? That's right. Alright. Well, we are going to work on... Well, I'm gonna work on some more art. It's nice to have you here, Lonely. Although I'm feeling a bit lonely myself. That's right. We're gonna work on art, folks. We're gonna work on art. Glad you're here, Lonely. Pleasure as always. Okay. We could watch some videos. We could watch a little video here and there. I do want to watch this debate on Piers Morgan with Hassan Abi, so we'll watch this first. I think it should be connected automatically, so I think we're good.
By the way, first of all, I don't respect any Nepo baby that thinks Twitch streaming is a job. And I want the audience to know, this guy, Hassan, has said in the past that America...
I think he wrote that down, too. He's looking at his notes.
...deserved 9/11. So don't even talk. Don't even open your mouth. Don't even open your mouth. You don't have no reason to talk. Just shut up.
I'm a big fan of you.
Just do me a favor and shut up.
Vinny, come on, man.
I'm a big fan of you, so I don't want you to die. I feel like your heart pressure is going up. You're turning...
You say...
He is really turning
somebody
red.
like you to say America deserved
we're not
9/11,
talking about
you
that.
shouldn't be on this
Wonderful
panel.
Pixar
I'm sorry
film.
for my language, Piers. He doesn't belong on your show. That being said, Piers,
Should be on the
it'll be a
fucking
huge
panel.
challenge.
This fucking
Huge
psycho.
challenge for Democrats.
When I said that, if Piers hadn't interjected, he would have died.
As you were watching last night's debate, what was going through your mind?
I was right. As you know, I took an extraordinary step of running for president against Joe Biden in the Democratic primary, even though I'm not even a natural-born citizen, because that's how desperate I was, our audience was. We did a poll and we asked our paying members, should I run? And now 9 months ago, 76% of them said, for God's sake, run.
Wait, I missed this part. That's kind of an L. It wasn't 100%. Like, those are your paying members, man. Why wouldn't they want you to be president, or at least like try to run for president? That means 24% of his paid fans said no.
It was obvious. And what I took away from it, Piers, and what everyone should remember is how much Democratic leadership lied to you, and how much everyone in mainstream media lied to you. They said the emperor had clothes when it was obvious that he had no clothes.
Is this from today? Yeah, it's from this morning.
What is the playbook here? Well, are we into unprecedented territory? Because I don't think any incumbent president in American history who is seeking to be re-elected and hasn't stood down has ever been forced out. There's no mechanism to actually force him out unless he voluntarily goes, is there?
Yeah, there is one mechanism, unfortunately, and it's the donors. Because once the donors stop funding him, then he'll have no oxygen left. Remember, for someone who's a populist like Bernie Sanders,
and I don't want to
their source
donate
of power is the people.
to Joe Biden.
But for people like Biden,
But,
who are establishment candidates, their source
one of
of
the
power
Biden
is
mugs,
money.
and maybe the
once the
Biden,
money tap is turned off,
what is it? What is
then
it?
he's got no
The
oxygen
dark
left.
Brandon.
So I don't care what Jill Biden thinks.
yard sign.
Who's insane enough to
I kinda
care
want that.
what she thinks?
Kinda want
I don't
that.
care what
Hang it
Kamala
up on a
Harris
wall.
thinks.
I think
How
that would be
can you
sick.
not love
Maybe,
this
maybe in
man,
my
dude?
in my
God, I love
kitchen.
my
Actually, that'd be
uncle.
sick.
Strongest candidate against Trump.
I just
Is
thought about like
democracy on the
where I
line,
should
or
put it. I
is
think the kitchen would be a
is
good
this the
place
most
for
important-
I
miscellaneous
love when he
things
gets
like
mad.
that.
He's like, is democracy on the line or isn't it? Oh, man. My goat, dude.
An election of our lifetime, or isn't it? So
I literally only did this. I only did
Oh, I
this
see
panel
what's going on.
because Jank was doing it. I was like, I just want to stand there and nod. Just go, yep, he's right. He's cooking.
so now they're talking about, oh, whose personality should we?
Bronny and LeBron. I'm the LeBron to his Bronny. Come on now.
Care more about? Whose feelings are more important? None of your feelings are important. What's important is that the American people be safe from Donald Trump. And let's be honest, Democratic leadership has never cared about that. And Piers, let's tell your audience why. Because remember, almost everyone on Biden's team, at the White House, on his campaign, at the Democratic National Committee, their job.
I was going to go in for a nail biter because the camera was not on me, and then it swapped back, and I was like, yeah, I see that.
Biden supporters and friends have publicly concluded, this is from, people like Frank Bruni at the New York Times and others who just come out and said, you've got to stand down. Did you see anything last night that would
Lonely, you
allow
still
you
here?
to
You
construct
new
an
here, right?
argument that he
So,
should continue? And
You
be the nominee?
American? I do have a
Biden
lot of
continuing?
people
Absolutely
not from
but
America that watch
there's
my
another glaringly obvious
my
problem here.
stream.
Jake and I have had this conversation personally for years at this point, very publicly,
I'm
about
curious to
Biden
know if
being
you're
ineligible
American.
to run and how he's going to lead to the downfall of the Democratic Party and potentially lose a pretty easy to win election against Donald Trump at this point. And we were absolutely right, and it was shocking that so many in the media who are now writing those articles that you're talking about were acting as though Biden was actually a dynamo behind the scenes. I mean, there was literally an article I remember from an excerpt from a Jill Stein book about how in order to soften the blow of Biden's age and how old and senile he's appearing on television, they were saying that he had really hard sex with his wife. I mean, that's to the extent that these guys went to in order to try and manufacture this narrative. And to anyone with eyes and ears,
I'm not wrong. I mean, they did that. Don't say, huh? That is real. They did that, bro. That is a thing that happened. That is a thing that actually happened. You cannot get mad at me for saying something that they objectively did do. I don't care that they don't know what I'm talking about. It's something that literally happened. I wanted to show the extent of the mania from the Democratic Party in terms of like the operatives coming out and being like, this is how great Biden really is. February 25th, 2024. Good sex is secret to Joe Biden's long marriage. New book on First Lady says. Joe Thick 8. I mean, for sure, the Bidens have cock meat. Like, that's not contested. That is 100% proven, okay? I have seen not one, but 2 Biden cocks at this point. Both Hunter Biden and even Joe
And
Biden's
that's
brother.
not
And both of
on
them are
accident.
hanging dong. It's
That
true.
was
They
not
have
a
nice
mistake.
dick meat. You know, it's not a wild estimation to make that Joe Biden is also hanging dong meat.
Now, Vinny, here's the thing. Trump had a great
might be.
night. I mean, even the CNN poll,
Who knows?
67% of CNN viewers felt that Trump put in a better performance than 33% of
Wow,
Biden.
wow,
God
it
knows
is.
who the 33% were, but he obviously won
What
the
the
debate
fuck?
very comfortably,
No, that's
despite
not the
just
layer
not
of
doing very
hope
much
beyond.
particularly special. But if they do get rid of Biden and they do parachute in somebody like Gavin Newsom, who's young, he's dynamic, he's not afraid to get into the horses, into the lion's den. He went on Fox News with Sean
Dude,
Hannity
he's
for an
so handsome. That's why he's there, because he's hot. And I'm unafraid to say it. Vinny, for those of you who don't know, which is probably many of you, unfortunately, because you aren't here when we're getting value-tained, it seems, is a pivotal part of the Value-Tainment podcast, led by Patrick But David, who also is like Bizarro Jank, another person that I love. Stupid Sexy Vinny is also a person that I love. He's just a hot man. That's what it is, okay?
He's eloquent, he's sharp. Yes, he's got a record that can be attacked. But in terms of the visual optics, would that not concern you a bit as a Trump fan, as a Republican, that you might
As a Trump
end
fan.
up out of this victory with a far
Why are
more
we talking
difficult
about
opponent
this?
to try and defeat in November?
Don't put
You
anything
know.
past the Democrats. The fact that Gavin Newsom can sit there and literally look at somebody in the face and say, Joe Biden's presidency has been a master class. That Gavin Newsom is one of the most disgusting snakes in the grass. Just look at California. Okay, I even had to write this down, Pierce. Highest taxes in the nation. Thousands of businesses have left. Mandatory vaccine bills. Losing child custody over.
I love that he had to write those things down. If you want to understand
is
how
crazy.
stupid he is, he's like, what did you write down? Oh, mandatory vaccine bills? Like, that's what you couldn't remember? Like, it's not like you're giving data. You're not putting forward data. You wrote down California bad, and I hate it. They're making the kids gay.
Kids gay,
If your child
California
doesn't transition.
gay.
$7
Bad
gas.
gay. Yeah, he
This
literally
is,
said
I'll
it.
tell you right now, Pierce, it's scary
If your
as hell.
child
I don't
wants
care
to
what anybody
transition,
says.
okay,
This
buddy.
has all been a plan, okay? They moved the debates up early, all right? They didn't give him any, whatever he was on the State of the Union, Pierce, that 60 minutes, he was up. They probably gave him adrenaline. He was there. He was in the moment.
They gave
This
him
was the
adrenaline.
time when they put him out there like a
That's
sacrificial
crazy.
lamb. They said, listen, Jill, we're not going to give Joe any drugs. We're going to roll him out there. He looked lost. He had no idea what he's going to do. I think the shift is going to happen 100%. There is absolutely no way they're going to stay with him. And that is going to be a huge challenge.
Bro, he just gets progressively more red when he's talking, and I personally love that. Like, that's his quirk. That's his secret superpower. He just like gets more and more red.
Republicans, because all this, because we've had a case study, Piers. We've had 4 years of Trump, and now we're going to have 4 years of Biden. There is no debate. There's no arguing.
Dude, look at his neck veins, dude. He's pushing that
He is really
out,
gross
dude.
looking.
The country is right now, and I know Hassan said, you know, Trump is talking about the border and the illegals are the problem. They are the problem, okay? They are. Kerry mentioned one story. There's been 4 this week, 4 of young girls getting raped and murdered, and people like that say, oh, it's not really a problem. You say that because it's not happening to you or your family or your daughter or your mother.
That's crazy,
Okay?
'cause
It is a
it
problem.
didn't
By the
happen
end
to
of
me,
this 4
so-
years, the number's probably going to be 18
The
million.
whole state of California. I don't know what you're talking about.
And
I
that
live
happened to
in
me,
California.
and I
We
don't want
are
Trump.
a
Yeah,
default
I know.
before
That's
the
crazy.
state
That's
government
crazy.
decision.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
yeah, it's a whole.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's a
are you
total hellhole, dude.
California
I know.
is
Florida
a
is
show.
sinking. Look at
Yeah,
your
yeah.
tan.
Oh yeah, it's sinking. By the way,
I'm sorry. I just wanted to see how far I could take this. Like, I wanted to see what would happen. I had to. Is it productive? No. Okay. But when you see an opportunity to see just how red a human being can get, this is like a science experiment at this point. Like, I wanted to do this. Scientists are saying this is the most red a man can get. Watch, because you think he's red right now. Just you wait. Hold on.
hellhole.
mission.
Yeah, it's a whole.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's a
are you
total hellhole, dude.
California
I know.
is
Florida
a show.
stinking. Look at your tan.
Oh, yeah, it's sinking. By the way, first of all, I don't respect any Nepo baby that thinks Twitch streaming is a job. And I want the audience to know, this guy, Hassan, has said in the past that America
I think he wrote that down too. He's looking at his notes.
deserved 9/11. So don't even talk. Don't even open your mouth.
That's
Don't even open your
crazy.
mouth. You don't have no
Vinny,
reason to talk.
Vinny,
Just shut up.
I'm a big
Just
fan
do me a
of
favor
you.
and shut up.
I'm a big
Respectfully.
fan of you. And,
Okay,
and
but hold on.
I'm a
hold
big
on.
fan
Don't
of you,
talk
so I don't want you to
about-
die. I feel like
You
your
say
heart pressure
9/11?
is going up. You're turning.
You say,
You're
by the way,
turning red, Vinny.
somebody like you to say America deserved 9/11, Hassan, you shouldn't be on this panel. I'm sorry for my language, Piers. He doesn't belong on your show. That being said, Piers, it'll be a huge
Are you
challenge.
triggered, Vinny?
Huge challenge for Democrats.
invoke Donald Trump?
When I said that, if Piers hadn't
He is
interjected,
triggered.
he would
I've
have
never
died.
seen
When
a-
I said,
a
"Are you
bigger-
triggered, Vinny?" and he heard it, look at his face.
You shouldn't be on this panel. I'm sorry for my language, Piers. He doesn't belong on your show. That being said, Piers, it'll be a huge
Are you
challenge.
triggered, Vinny?
Huge challenge.
I'm starting to think that he doesn't like you. Yeah, it was very sad. I like him a lot. But yeah, Piers had to join in and cut it out because otherwise he was going to die.
Could we invoke
Democrats,
Donald
not
Trump
at all,
right
bro.
now
You're a
and
Twitch
say,
streamer.
let's not be children?
Yeah, I think that's a
Vinny,
very good
Vinny.
call, Jenna. Yeah, I
No,
think
hold
we're
on,
going to
hold
try
on.
and keep
Hold on,
things.
let's
Can we
not
get back
let's
to
not
the-
play that
Do you know
game.
what was
get back to
interesting?
the
What was
matter at
interesting?
hand?
Well, hang on.
Yeah.
What was interesting about last night, actually? I'll bring Cenk back in here. I liked the format, actually, of
Piers loved that, by the way. Piers
He was
f***ing
so
loved
happy in that.
Look at his face.
Children?
yeah. I think that's a very good
Vinny,
call, Jenna. Yeah, I
No,
think
hold
we're
on,
going to
hold
try
on.
and keep
Hold on,
things.
let's
Can we
not-
get
let's
back
not
to the-
play-
The only one not laughing is Cenk. He was disappointed, I think. He was mad.
that
Do you know
game.
what was
get back to
interesting?
the
What was
matter at
interesting?
hand?
Well, hang on.
Yeah.
What was interesting about last night, actually? I'll bring Cenk back in here. I liked the format, actually, of the way CNN did this. I thought Jake Tapper and Dana Bash did a very competent job. But also, I liked the format where there was no audience to manipulate, perhaps, or save a candidate for themselves.
He's so mad he had to drink his water.
And there's actually a really easy way to replace him. All he has to do is say, I'm out. And then we go back to a traditional convention where
Yeah.
the delegates decide. That's almost always how
And
Americans
by
have
the
decided
way,
their
I think we
candidates
discussed
anyway.
Yeah, we discussed it before, but two incumbent Democrat presidents since the end of World War II have both stood down in election year: Harry Truman and Lyndon Johnson. So there's a
Do I agree with Cenk that Biden will drop out? I agree with Cenk that where he says the donors will try and force Biden to drop out. Because he's not just saying like Biden's going to drop out on his own volition. He knows that Biden is a deranged lunatic, in his words, that is like incredibly narcissistic and operating on pure resentment and fumes. Do you think there's any chance of the 25th Amendment? I said last night that I think it's the funniest thing that could happen, and then the Republicans stop it because they think Biden is like a much better candidate to run against than anyone else.
precedent here for this to happen. It just hasn't happened where the incumbent president doesn't want to go. Jenna, I want to bring you in just on one point, which is the behavior of Jill Biden after the debate.
Vinny, why does he look teary-eyed? Vinny's still mad that he has to sit on a panel with a Twitch streamer, as opposed to what he does, which is, I think, being like the third most relevant guy on the Patrick Bet David Valuetainment podcast. You don't do anything. I, on the other hand, am valuetaining people. I didn't even say anything. I just said he looks red and he's got a tan and he's getting progressively redder. I even said I was a fan of his. Does this mean you're not getting invited to PBD? Are you kidding me? Patrick Bet David is a entertainment demon. He is a valuetainment demon. He knows good content when he sees it. If anything, this would mean I would go on Patrick Bet David extra hard. The only thing standing in my way of going on Patrick Bet David is my lack of interest in ever flying to the state of Florida. I hope you guys understand
Ew.
that.
First of all, these guys, I mean,
Is
look
this
at the
in
people in
Florida?
power, whether
No
it's
wonder.
media or Democratic leadership. They're all crying because, their beloved Joe Biden didn't look good. I mean, this guy just sent $20 billion to slaughter more Palestinian children. I cry for them. I don't cry for Joe Biden. Joe Biden is taking corporate donations his entire life. He used to be
Tell
known as
him,
the senator
Jake.
from MBNA.
Get him, Unc. You scrolling while? No, my phone wasn't even on me. You guys are wrong. I was just like looking down as I was bored and forgetting that the camera's on me.
It's a classic corporate corrupt.
Dude, at this point, it's been 43 minutes, and I waited for 30 minutes listening to Piers get interviewed by some footballer because he was like 30 minutes late to his own broadcast, and he made us just sit there and listen. He made us sit there and listen to that interview. So yeah, I'm bored. I'm in a crammed ass space in like a van. I might have actually written some stuff on Hoscourt a little bit in between.
Point any of this like, oh my God, he was such a good person.
Piers does not respect you. Yes, he does not. That is true. I don't think he does. I think he likes the drama that I bring and the eyeballs that I bring to a show, but he does not like me. He likes Jank. You can tell the difference between someone Piers actually likes and someone Piers actually doesn't like. He'll let his guests, or sometimes himself, rabidly come after people that he doesn't like. He likes Jank, so he'll like, you know, let Rabbi Shmuley do his thing, but then he'll like usually cut it out or let Jank pop off too. Whereas with me, he brings me out because I bring eyeballs, I bring drama, and also he can unload into me, both himself and also his panelists. Do I like Piers? I like Piers. To be fair, I did call him a baboon in a suit. Like I said, he's a monkey. You know, it's not necessarily like the best introduction to me, but I think he just brings me on so he can like rip into me or have the panelists rip into me. You know, I just push back and it's win-win. If I get owned, then it's great. Kami owned Lamau. And if I don't get owned and I push back, then it's a really viral moment for him, for his show.
Who would your preference be for who that person should be that could actually be the nominee and potentially beat Trump?
So the problem with the Democratic Party is that they never pick a populist in a populist time. They keep picking the most establishment candidates there are when the American people keep telling you they don't want establishment candidates like Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden. So they should pick a populist, but they won't. Of course, the top candidate is Bernie Sanders, and he would easily beat Donald Trump. Everybody actually knows that. They just don't. And let's be honest, the Democratic Party would rather have Donald Trump than Bernie Sanders. So, but if you say, no, Bernie Sanders is too old or we can't have it, you can go to Ro Khanna, you can go to Jamie Raskin. Jamie Raskin is beloved by everyone in the Democratic Party. He's incredibly smart, incredibly principled. He would eviscerate Donald Trump in a debate. Let's pick someone who can win and actually represent the people.
Okay, before I come to Hassan, actually, let me just get Vinny's reaction.
There's a delay.
One name.
I'm afraid I'm going to disagree with you.
There's a delay that head tilt for Ro Khanna, for the record. I was like,
Yeah, go on then. Okay, Hassan, you respond, yeah.
Okay, first of all, Big Gretch. That's it. That's the method. That's the movement. Okay, put Mama Gretch in office. Okay, she's popular. She's in a pivotal state. She would absolutely crush it. I don't like Gavin Newsom at all. I think he has a lot of weaknesses. I think he's horrible. He's done an abysmal job refusing to fix the housing crisis in California that's obviously contributing to the homelessness crisis so that, you know, guys like Vinny can complain about how much of a whole California is or whatever people talk about. Like that would stick on a national level on Gavin Newsom. Don't turn the rest of the country into California would be the attitude. Another good guy, I think, another great guy, J.B. Pritzker, governor of Illinois. We need a big boy in office. We need a dynamo. We need a guy with a kind heart. You know, he could even. I'm not exactly a fan of him being a billionaire, but ultimately, you know, maybe we could have a real billionaire against Donald Trump's phony billionaire status. Who knows? Anyone would be better than Joe Biden at this point. Even Hillary Clinton.
Well,
probably would
that's
be better
interesting.
than Joe Biden at this point.
That's interesting. For those who don't know, well, hang on.
Jake does not agree with that. What is this? You really said this on Piers? Yes, I did. Because dude, I'm not taking it very seriously. I don't know if you guys can recognize that from the terms I'm using. But I'm not exactly taking this the most seriously, but I'm just having fun with it. I'm freestyling, okay? I said Mama Gretch.
Which is why I think
hang on, Hassan. For those who don't know who the Gretch is, by the way, it's the Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer. But I want to come to Vinny. Hillary Clinton's name is being talked up here as potentially the unfinished business that she comes sweeping back. And she does what she...
I was going to say Hillary Clinton might do better than Joe Biden, but not by a lot, and might still lose, but they cut me off before I could finish that point. But it doesn't matter. Who gives a shit? Whatever.
She failed to do in 2016, and she actually beats him. What are your thoughts about Hillary returning?
You know what, Piers? I think she's finished. Hillary Clinton has no chance. I think every single time she gets in front of a camera...
Bro, I can't get over Jake said Dems would take Trump over Bernie. That's crazy as... No, it's not. He's 100% right on that. They basically did that in 2016, by the way. They 100% would because they did. Also, do you guys not remember 2020? What are you talking about? The Democratic Party and the media apparatus would absolutely, without a shred of doubt, pick Donald Trump over Bernie Sanders. There were people that were openly writing think pieces on this, by the way, when Bernie was a prospect.
Democratic Party. I think she's the worst. From her history with her and her husband, it's just, it's abysmal. Let's not even get into the Clinton Foundation and Epstein and her husband. That's a whole different can of worms. But I think it's funny how everybody on the left is so,
Yeah, don't get into that because,
this whole failed presidency
Donald Trump has
because of
nothing to
Biden's
do with
age
Epstein,
and his
right?
dementia, which he definitely has. Whoever's going to come in, it's
That's
the
why he didn't want to talk
Democratic
about Epstein,
Party's
because
policies.
his
Plain and simple.
guy
I don't give a
has
damn
nothing to do with
who you put in
Epstein.
there.
That's crazy.
Gretsch, Bernie Sanders, communism, you want socialism, you want all that crap. It's not going to fix anything. That's going to keep going.
I love people going, Bernie showed us his true colors on genocide. Brother, it's not going to happen anyway. But like, that's such a funny take to have. Like, yeah, okay, tomorrow Bernie Sanders is going to be president over Joe Biden. And you're like, nah, he still loves genocide. So no. Like, what are you talking about? We're talking about like what the realistic options are. Bernie is not even in there, but in the hypothetical that he is, what are you going to be like? No, I'm not even entertaining the hypothetical. He's not sufficiently, up to snuff. We're talking about the leader of the Democratic Party. Like, what do you mean? That is so beyond comprehension for me because it's so unimaginably unrealistic that like that would ever happen. But I do love entertaining the idea that there's people there. There's people out there that would be like, nah, I actually don't like Bernie as the leader of the Democratic Party. As opposed to who? As opposed to who? Like, what do you want? Embalmed Lenin? Embalmed Mao? Embalmed Ho Chi Minh? Like, who? Who's out there? Who is a better Democratic Party candidate? Like, Bernie's old, and I think that's a major weakness for him. And especially when everyone's, like, personally talking about how unimaginably old Biden is, that would be a relatively weak substitution and less likely. But like, why are we even having this conversation over like something that's never going to happen because it's so goddamn beyond the pale? Like, it's so goddamn unimaginable. And there's chatters who are still like, nah, even in that hypothetical, I don't with them.
Moron that they wheel out there now on purpose like a sacrificial lamb with no drugs and everything to turn. You notice, Pierce, every other debate, every CNN anchor, everybody that was moderating would cut Trump off. They would yell. They would stop. Notice how they sat there. Jake Tapper and Dana Bash, they were quiet. They let everything pull out. This was all on purpose. And I think that Hillary Clinton's on the table. I think Gavin Newsom, for sure, he was the only one there. You notice that? He had good gel in his hair.
Why is he always so angry? Maybe this is not a question to ask 48 minutes into the video, but like, it is kind of weird because like, you could ask him a question about like what he ate for lunch and he would respond with this energy where he's like so mad at you. He's behaving like Piers Morgan has insulted his mother, his dead mother, in front of this crowd, the way he's popping off.
Jenna, if you were a Democrat, right now, who would you think?
I had a little bit of a moment with her because she was like chirping about abortion and like how radical Big Gretch was.
Look at how she has run her state as basically taking legislative power into the executive. So look at her position on queer
position
theory.
on abortion
so
that you
she
find
is
so
for
extreme?
Abortion.
I love that she said extreme leftist establishment, by the way. She's not exactly the brightest crayon, okay? Like, she said Andrew Yang would be great. She said she supported Ron DeSantis. Ridiculous stuff overall. This is like the pink hair on the panel, okay? Like the last time I was on, Piers always has to fill the panel with like one person who just doesn't know what the they're saying. Like, at least Vinny, despite being a TRT monster, is like at least one, entertaining, and two, has like a tangible position. She, on the other hand, she has no position. She's the no position candidate. She's the center candidate. She's just there to just do this, okay? And have a little bit of airtime so that maybe she can cut together like a video and give that to her middling agent who will then be able to put her on like actual TV shows like MSNBC or whatever. That's the reason why she's here. She's just trying to have like airtime. So she's like, oh yeah, Gretchen Whitmer has radical positions on abortion, okay? Radical positions on abortion.
On abortion that is so extreme is that she wants no limits at all, no restrictions. And most of the country is not for that. Even the Democrats themselves know that there needs to be some restrictions, at least in.
So there's like a bunch of different things I wanted to say here to be like, one, most of the country is in agreement on our side of the spectrum when it comes to abortion. That's why Donald Trump is not defeating Joe Biden handily currently. One, you are a woman. Oh, I did do the you are a woman. I asked her if she's ever been pregnant, but then they cut me off again. Also, it's a lie. Governor Whitmer is in favor of Roe v. Wade in general. I did. Here, you'll see in a
third
second.
term. No, that is absolutely true. And I mean, feel free to fact check me on that if she's changed her position. But
No restrictions
all
on
of the
the
Democrat
third
extreme
trimester
leftists,
is a falsehood. That's not a real thing. Every conversation that we have with Republicans unfortunately revolves around
hang on.
hallucinations of Republicans.
My former home state of Colorado allows abortion until the day of birth.
Yes, all third trimester abortions in every single state still has to have some kind of medical necessity. They get so mad when you call them out on this lie. I know. They need to have some kind of medical necessity. There needs to be some kind of issue that is presented to the carrier. There's no like recreational voluntary abortions happening in the third trimester. It's also 1% of abortions, 15,000 abortions total. It's a ridiculous misnomer. It's just like silly thing to have a conversation around. People are not carrying pregnancies over the course of 3 trimesters to have a fun abortion, like a fun abortion on their own, just for the sake of it. Pure Republican mania.
That is the law in 7 states right now, including California, where Gavin Newsom is the governor.
There is
so there are people that can go in. Yes,
in the country where you can have a third trimester abortion without a doctor
California,
giving you a medical exemption. No, you still have to get a psychiatric evaluation,
and it doesn't matter whether
and a healthcare evaluation.
But it's still allowed. That's the point.
Dude, do you guys want to know something so insane? Third trimester abortions oftentimes are not even covered by insurance. It is a 3-day process for the most part. You're basically inducing a birth in that situation because it's on the third trimester. It is a really complicated procedure. That's number one. And number two, beyond the fact that the procedure itself is complicated and it's like inpatient surgery, you have to be in the hospital for 3 days to be able to get it done. Beyond the fact that you need multiple checks and multiple medical evaluations leading up to the third trimester abortion. Otherwise, you could possibly die during the process. Regardless of all of that reality, it's also usually not covered by insurance. It could cost up to $25,000 in this country. Besides the point, and here's the most significant part of this conversation, okay? Not only is it traumatic, you have carried a baby for 9 months at that point, or at least for 2 trimesters. That is insane to think that like people are going to go out and get a third trimester abortion for the funsies. And the elective aspect of it in terms of the psychiatric damage that the patient has, the carrier has, if you want to eliminate that in its entirety, then make healthcare free, make it so that people can figure out that they're pregnant early on with sex ed, so that there's no one that has to think about it or try to do GoFundMe fundraisers so they can actually get the $25,000 to be able to get an abortion. And by the time that fundraiser is over, you're in the third trimester. Oh, I hate this conversation so much. The idea, and by the way, that's the reason why I asked her, like, have you ever been pregnant? Which will come in a second.
And are
the
going
point
around,
is that it is still allowed.
Okay, you're a woman. Have you ever been pregnant? I have a question for you. Have you, or I don't know. Have you? Okay, so you know how tumultuous of a process that is.
Here, but
it's actually,
and so I mean, have you ever been pregnant?
Because the point I'm making is, it is obviously
irrelevant. The point
I've never been pregnant, but it seems like I understand it as good as you do. What's happening here?
No, you actually don't
no
understand
woman is
it
carrying a
because
pregnancy
of the law
for
in
9 months, so they can have a regular.
Whether Hassan is pregnant.
No woman carrying a pregnancy for 9 months.
Actually, about,
so they can have a
guys, you're talking over each other.
She didn't have to answer that question. The point is, third trimester abortions are not only unimaginably rare, but they're never actually like elective in the sense that like you just carried it up until that point so you can get the abortion. In some instances, the elective aspect of it, they call it elective, but like the elective aspect of it is because the pregnancy was caught far too late as a direct consequence of not having access to healthcare. In terms of that, trying to legislate this away so you make it super complicated for the people that literally have like this procedure only out of medical necessity is insanely cruel. Also, yes, I was pregnant and I gave birth to a bear. Mpreg. It's real. This is my daughter. I gave birth to her.
I have some breaking news for everyone. The Biden campaign spokesperson, Seth Schuster, says that Biden will not be exiting the race. There's no
And then my goat, Harry Sasson, comes in.
basis for that. There's nothing that voters have indicated that they agree with that. Senior White House correspondent at CNN, Kayla Tausch, said on X, not only does POTUS not plan to drop out, Biden remains committed, incredibly, to a second debate in September. An advisor tells me. I cannot see that happening. But we actually have now is pro-Biden and thinks that he won last night. It's the TikToker, Harry Sisson. Harry, you think Biden won last night?
1%.
Yeah, no, I did, definitely. On the substance
I got so excited when Harry popped in.
of the conversation, Biden won. His policy was pragmatic, it was logical, and Donald Trump.
This is like one of the only remaining pro-Biden TikTokers. I think he might literally be the only one at this point. He's like a super riding for Biden TikToker. Him and the other kid with the Zoomer haircut. He's the last man standing.
I'm not sitting here telling you that Joe Biden tells the truth every single time he speaks, or that he gets every single number right and every single statistic right.
He gets most of them
But to
wrong.
compare, that's not true. To compare Joe Biden's lies to Donald Trump's lies
defend
is
him.
laughable. Trump told over 30,000 lies during his presidency, averaging around 20 a day, and he showed that last night when he lied about every single
I'm not gonna lie, I was a little bit proud of him for cooking here. He did a good job.
Listen, I'm not denying that Trump made a series of untrue statements. He does that. He barrels through and hopes that the big messages about the border and so on kick home, and they probably do actually with many Americans. But if Biden's going to play the lying card as a pro-Biden thing against Trump, he's got to tell the truth and get his numbers right. He can't then have a fact check from CNN, which was painful to watch last night. It went on and on and on. Almost every statistic he came out with was completely wrong.
Yeah, but Pierce, I mean, let's be real here. Like, if you're lying,
Oh, Vinny's not gonna let him slide either. Vinny's coming back. I love how the Dems are ignoring the opposite of the debate when one of the most important debates ever brought up in any political science or history class, the JFK v. Nixon debate, where JFK won just because he looked better on TV. And it was also like, I guess at that point, it was like not all that common to have televised debates at all. It was one of those moments where like Nixon was sweating and people could see it. JFK wore makeup and people could see that. And he looked infinitely better in comparison. I think it might have been the first one. Was it the first one? It was the first. Okay, I didn't want to get it wrong. To be even more specific, it was the first ever televised debate. And JFK won with TV watchers, but Nixon won with radio listeners. Yeah.
You see the one where he said
one sec, Vinny. You look like a. Relax, buddy. If you're getting a number incorrect, right? If you're getting a number incorrect, that's like a very
so 7
small
years
one.
ago,
Years
old,
right there.
Were you 10 years old, Harry?
What was that?
How old were you when Trump won? 10 years old? 7
Vinny,
years
you
ago,
look,
you were 10
you
years
look like
old,
you're about
bro.
to explode.
You don't know
Relax.
what the hell you're talking about.
Take a breather.
That's not
Take a
relevant.
Hassan's right to
talk about.
That's not relevant. That's not relevant.
Hassan, listen, I know Hassan's a big fan of mine. He
You're
was
10
right to
years
call you
old.
out for looking like you're about to explode. It's okay, no problem here.
Yeah, you were 10
no,
years
look,
old when
you have
Trump
to, you have to
won.
level.
You were
Get
10
him,
years
Harry.
And what are you like 80? Like relax, buddy. Take a breather. You're okay. I promise. It's okay.
Cooked his ass, dude. Said, what are you, like 80? Relax, buddy. He's so mad. Oh, man. That made me so happy.
You're so good.
Zen,
You're so
Zen,
good.
yoga.
Biden's
Yoga's
a-
good.
Biden-
Yoga's
last
good.
night
Yoga's
Biden was
good.
full of
Can I
shit.
just say, it doesn't. I don't actually care how old either of you are. Let's get back to the real reality, which is I care about the age of the president because he looks like he's 180. So, Harry,
listen,
I'm just
for-
bemused.
I
Because
do care about
33% of
Winnie. I do
people
care about
watching
Winnie,
it apparently
though.
think
He looks like
Biden
he's
won.
gonna
I
explode.
don't know.
I gotta make a comment
Harry,
about the
hang on.
lie real quick. I gotta make a comment
I
about
don't know how.
He's getting so mad. Oh, I did have fun. This was probably my most fun Piers Morgan panel.
How anybody honestly can watch that debate and honestly conclude that Biden won. You'd have to be so deeply embedded in the Democrat partisan tank that you can't crawl out long enough to see the wood for the trees.
So first thing, I want to respond to your lie comment. I think that, yeah, we want both candidates to be honest, but we have to weigh the lies here. Like if Joe Biden gets a statistic incorrect, that is vastly different than Donald Trump still pushing lies about January 6th and about the election. So that's
He is such a good Democratic Party op, by the way. He is so much better than like 90% of these dummies in terms of like keeping his cool and just Stick it to the facts. Like, he's actually a very good communicator. Obviously, push comes to shove. I mean, this guy, he's the, relentless Brandon Dick Rider, right? Obviously. So it's not like we are in line ideologically. But having said that, I think, especially for his age, like, he's pretty talented.
Okay, but Harry, here's the problem.
Substance.
Harry, here's the problem. He couldn't articulate his views in a way that anyone could really understand. And secondly, and more crucially, in Trump, he has an opponent who tells a lot of untruths. And what you want the president of the United States to do is to be quick-witted enough and sharp enough and intelligent enough to, every time he does that, leap on it and tell the American people why what he said was untrue. Biden was simply incapable of doing any of that. And that's what a lot of Democrats have said overnight is the most problematic thing. It's not that he's old or anything. It's that he was incapable of either articulating policy in a way that resonated or holding Trump to account. And if you can't do that with a candidate like Trump, there's no hope.
Yeah, except here's that was the method that Biden was.
Hang on a second, I'll come to you in one sec. Let Harry respond to that.
Sorry.
Well, all right. What I was going to say is, if that's the method that Biden was going to go with, then all of his answers would just be fact checking Trump. Every 2 minutes he has to be like, okay.
My delay is so annoying too. That's the other thing.
And that's not any way to win a voter over.
Always on a delay
I
when he
would
goes
think
on.
it's more of the moderator's
the
job
weird
to
part.
fact check, as opposed to Biden dedicating his entire debate to fact checking. Biden should be laying out the policy, which he did. He seemed pretty coherent when he called out Donald Trump for assaulting and raping E. Jean Carroll. And
What
for being
did you think? Okay,
people don't like to talk about
excruciating moment when Joe Biden basically.
The left is real divided, so we could be good this epoch and debate with him. What? Dude, shut up. The left is real divided. He's not. He's a liberal. He's a Democratic Party spokesperson at this point. What are you talking about?
He froze and mumbled his words. It said complete gibberish. And then Donald Trump just said, I don't think even he knows what he just said. Let's just watch this clip, and I'm going to ask you to explain to me what he said.
I think more
Let's
importantly,
watch.
he's super shameless.
Let's
That's
watch
huge.
the
Kinda wild how
old
shameless
men
he is to
speak,
just,
because
like,
we could
go-
do the same
not be
thing for
devoid of
Trump.
any shame
But
whatsoever.
does that
Just, like,
matter?
go
No,
on
because when you do
any
that, they're like,
broadcast
no,
and be like, no,
come
I
on
think
now. You can't
Biden did a
just say
banger
old people
job.
can't
Let's hear
speak.
Vinny's content.
Reality.
Vinny's content. Let's hear Vinny.
It was always obvious how old he was. It was always obvious that he couldn't do this. And I want to thank whichever Democrat made the decision to put this before the convention, because thank God the debate was before the convention so we could pick someone else. If you say at this point that we shouldn't pick a different candidate, you're saying I'm super happy to have Donald Trump as president and have him destroy this democracy. It's a betrayal of the Democratic Party. But right now, the RNC should be panicking, not celebrating, because they're going to get a new candidate, and that new candidate is going to kick Trump's ass. That debate turned out to be a disaster for both of the candidates.
Okay, Vinny, I can see you not entirely agreeing with that assessment.
Well, because I'm just so curious. Like, what threat to democracy? Why didn't he do and burn the country down when he was the president? Why didn't he? All that Putin stuff, all that BS. It's all these Democrats. You guys all have Stockholm syndrome, okay? You guys have all fallen in love with your abuser, and the abuser is the Democratic Party. They don't give a shit about you.
That's fucking
they don't
crazy.
care. They don't care.
That's
Yell out whoever you want.
crazy,
It's gonna
bro.
be the same
He's
parties.
coping
Everything
so
that's happening
hard.
right now is gonna keep happening. What's gonna change? You had Harry come on here. The kid, what was he? 10 years old? 8 years old? He's talking about like he's lived a life and he knows what's talking about. And for us, for nobody to talk up, what's so good about Joe? What has Joe Biden done? Can anybody give me one thing? And don't say infrastructure. It's absolute show, and it's not him running the show as we saw yesterday.
All right,
it's
Hassan,
hold on. It's the them.
want me to do
It's
it?
the them. It's the them when.
Look at how they mute me when other people are talking. It's kind of up, don't you think? They won't let me chime in.
I think Hassan wants to give you one thing, Hassan.
It's not even just one thing. Here's the problem, okay? I don't like Joe Biden. He went from Jim Crow Joe to Genocide Joe, and he is a monstrous person for the most part, as are many American presidents. Having said that, however, one of the key factors here is that the administration is competent. I use the example of Twitter, right? Twitter used to be run by liberal Jack Dorsey, right? That's his name, I think. I can't really remember. And it wasn't exactly the greatest website. It wasn't the best website. It still had a litany of issues, right? Still breaking people's brains. But at least it functioned. And then Elon Musk took over, and we saw exactly what happened to Twitter. It is now a right-wing shithole filled to the brim with gore porn and just the worst imaginable positions that you've ever heard, and just open white supremacist Nazis getting hundreds of thousands of likes. And that's basically the difference between at least like a Democratic administration, which does fill the agencies. You have the NLRB doing phenomenal work. You have Lena Khan doing phenomenal work at FTC. You have the EPA, at least relatively competent. These are all issues that are going to become massive complications down the line when you have something like Project 2025 openly talking about abolishing the Department of Education, abolishing the EPA. And that's precisely why people like Cenk and myself, who are not exactly big fans of Joe Biden and haven't shied away from criticism, see the writing on the wall, see exactly how damaging someone like Donald Trump's second term is going to look like, and see how damaging Republican policies have become and how reactionary the Republican Party has become, even more reactionary than before.
Yeah, I mean, look, I would also say that...
Is your life...
what that
you
says
think
for
you've hit
America,
something
that's why we...
He's going to say, is your life better
I'll come to you. Hassan, I think you've hit something
after
though, which is
Joe Biden
it
was
not
elected?
only
Because
Biden's inability to
statistically,
hold Trump
most
to
people's
account
lives are
for
better
the lies
after
he's
Joe
telling,
Biden was
but
elected.
also his inability to sell himself and what he's achieved. Because there are achievements there,
Absolutely.
but actually he's been
Absolutely.
incapable. Gavin Newsom, in that 1 minute clip I showed earlier, was able to articulate better achievements by Biden than Biden's been able to do. That's why Biden's approval rating is in the tank.
All right, I guess you want Gavin Newsom for president? Like what?
Summary of where we are with this. What do you think happens?
Pick a side, Pierce. Pick
Yeah,
a side.
well, I mean, I think what's remarkable that we've seen
Come on
in
now.
just the last 12 hours since the debate is that the Democrats are.
I think that's it. That's the end of it. Like the rest of it is just a herd chirping, and then we end it. I didn't even know the valuetainment guy was going to be there. I just knew that Cenk was going to be there, and I was like, uncle nephew time. You know what I mean? It felt like I was back on the Young Turks for a moment. Holy. This already has 1 million views.
Better.
Jesus Christ. Do we really want to California the whole country? See, they're already saying it. Dude,
yeah.
I could smell Cenk's nephew through the screen and my nose ran around the other side of my face. Who's the toddler at the end? The dude in the red is so high off coke, Lamau. Piers Morgan losing all credibility, having morons like Hassan on hard skip. It's so funny how people outside of California just think it sucks here. I don't mind since they will stay where they are, but it's just funny to me. I know. It is my favorite thing. It is my favorite thing when motherfuckers will be like, dude, you don't understand. California is a crime-ridden hole, and it's like, bro, I live here. I don't know if you know this, and it might come as a surprise to you, but I live here. Yeah, sure, there's some problems, especially with Gavin Newsom, some things that I address personally, but it's like pretty good. Los Angeles is what they're talking about. They're not talking about Central Valley. Nobody thinks about Sacramento. Even from Sacramento are not thinking about Sacramento. When people say California, they mean Los Angeles. I'm sorry, chat. Sometimes San Francisco, but that's it. Not even San Diego. Yeah, of course there's parts of California. How do you explain to people that they are just out of their mind with this? How do you do that?
Oh, that's a lovely start for the video. My wife, everybody.
And then let's see. Yo, Delicious Intelligence Season 2. Yeah. Yo. Okay. Let's see, Lewis.
What's cooking? Good looking?
Lewis
Welcome
video.
back to Flash Minutes. Have you ever wondered what it is to be a man? Have you ever wondered what you need to become the best man you can be? And that does not only go for you out there, the guys, the boys, the dude bros. No, it also goes for all my gals, non-binary pals, maybe even your cat, if it so wishes to know the truth of how to be a man. And today our answers lie within the holy grails, the holy catacombs of Instagram Reels. I don't know if you've been on Instagram in the past 3 or so years or whatever, how long they've had Reels. Yeah, it's been a while now. I remember when they first came out. You can really find anything in there, from really cool jewelry to slurs your brain can barely comprehend. All over the place. around every lurking corner. But also, and most importantly to today's video, you can learn how to be a real man.
I know that I'm going to get a lot of pushback on this, but there are divine roles for both men and women. Men and women are different, and they have different purposes in this life. A man's role, his worth, is directly proportionate to the value he provides for other people. There's no use in complaining about it, feel sorry for ourselves. That's the programming that God has given us. That is the role, the sacred duty of men. A woman's sacred duty is to bear children and literally carry the next generation of humans into the future. As men, it is our job to serve and protect our women and to place a high priority on making sure they're provided for. Women and children first is a mantra that's been around since the beginning of time, and there's a reason for that. A tribe can sustain the loss of a lot of its men, but it cannot sustain the loss of its women and children. That's why men have to be on the front lines. They have to be the ones stepping up. They have to be the ones taking the arrows. They have to be the ones providing and protecting.
Hey buddy, it's 2024, and I feel like people in this air, the ones who are like, I'm an alpha, I'm a man, I know what being a man is, and I can teach you how to be a man. Which, by the way, remember, that's what we're learning how to do, okay? We're learning how to be a man here. We can't just jump to hateful conclusions. This man probably has nothing but goodwill in his system. Oh no, a transphobic comment that was left under the video, I think. I don't know, I can barely read it. It doesn't make much sense because I think they forgot a word or two. But, oh, he replied, agreeing. Aw, dang it, who could have seen it coming, dang it. But the argument of, hey, being a man means you gotta lay down your life, and being a woman means your only duty, your only purpose is to give birth to more babies. That's all you're good for. Which again, hey man, calm down. What we're here today to learn is how to be a man, not how to be a woman, alright? You can shut your trap about that. We don't care, alright? We're here to learn how to be a man, for Christ's sake. Speaking of Christ, I think it's funny when people use it to justify putting down people for their choices. You know, he thinks that men shouldn't be doing anything that makes them happy because it's still the caveman era and dark ages, you know? He's like, men need to take arrows, you know, just like all of us used to be in tribes. You remember that? Back in the good old days, you know? Back when we used to forage, hunt, and gather. That is what men are. No, dude. No, alright? Yeah, I remember the Dark Ages. Have you ever heard of the Dark Ages? It wasn't even that long ago, and people, like, the most people could do was hope to not get the plague, and then hopefully not get smited by the king for outliving his queen or whatever. You know, people haven't really been able to enjoy being happy for much of time at all, and we can barely do it now. Why is your point of view to be like, you man out there, man not be happy, man go die? And now, in PTSD Awareness Month, at time of recording, it is June, which is PTSD Awareness Month. How in the hell, how dare you, you stinky boy, how dare you in PTSD Awareness Month say that men's duty is to go out and die? One of the leading causes for traumatic disorders, and you're like, yeah, people should go to war more. Yeah, the pushback you got from me was stop telling women how to live their lives and men how to live their lives and then agreeing with transphobic comments. Which again, by the way, that comment is really funny. If you took it for what it actually says, which is
we need to go back to the old days where men and women were women.
Yeah, those are my favorite days, back when only one gender existed. You know, all these people out there talking about, I remember the good old days when only two genders, there were only ever two. Intersex people don't exist, there was only ever two genders. No, the good old days, back when there was one gender. Women, that's it, that's all there ever was, just one. Just one gender, baby, let's go. I do find it funny that a lot of these men-women arguments often fold to the fact that intersex people exist, but I digress. For now.
This when a girl looks at you, part 2. If you see a girl looking at you and you think that she's attractive, make eye contact, and if she's attracted to you, then she will do this. She will lock eyes with you, look away, and then look back at you again within a few seconds. Hold eye contact, give her a little smirk like this, then look away. Then when she looks at you again,
that's terrifying.
Motion for her to come over to you. If she
motion for her to come over. Okay.
You want her to come to you and chase you. Hit the plus for more dating.
Hit the plus for more dating
tips. You want people
to
chase you.
Yeah,
nothing
dude.
like
this isn't a dating tip.
Chased,
this is a how to get on a registered sex offender list tip. This post comes from a great account known as Alpha Glow Ups. Yeah, the glow up there was being recognized by society as a scary mother. Yeah, but that's really funny. I like how the dating tip that he so advertises is, hey, stare at people. Stare at them. You know, don't break eye contact. Stare at her. And then when she looks at you and looks away, keep staring. And then tell her to get on over here. You know how that'll go?
Terrifying. That's terrifying.
Like, overall, this dating tip is hilarious to me because it comes from an account that'll post stuff like this, where they say, don't sexualize women so much, oh my god, and then they post a bunch of posts sexualizing women to get people to keep looking at their videos. The best way to be a man, hypocrisy. I love it. Because, I don't know, it's very telling of this movement of how to be a man better that I'm seeing everywhere, all over the place, with people being so threatened by the world that they're like, oh, we gotta teach people how to be a man better, you know, pick up a spear, stare at women. That's how to be a man so far. That's what we've got so far. Next, I have some still frame reels that I found for you online that really teach you how to be a man. This one's harmless, honestly. It's really stupid, you know, putting people down. A lot of the comments were like, oh, the other guy on the left looks happy, but you know, they're trying to say like, don't date blonde girls, and don't like butts, and don't smoke and drink. Go to gym, have queen and heart. Make sure to have a heart, and make sure to have a disfigured arm. Nothing wrong with having a disfigured arm, that anatomy is really bad. It's really bad. But this one, compared to the next one I'm about to show you, is harmless. But this one, compared to the next one I'm about to show you, is harmless. On the left, we have a bunch of people who are, the people. There's a bunch of people, and the evil eye. Oh, there's an evil eye in there. Watch out, that means they're bad. Oh, that's what an evil eye means, right, guys? And a bunch of, like, pills and cigarettes again. Poop. They've got poop. There's poop in there. These guys poop. Oh, no, they're pooping. Ew. Oh, no, scary. Scary. These guys poop. Scary. That means they're bad, and they're stinky. Ew. Pewee. But most importantly, at the bottom left corner, I don't know if they thought we'd not see this one, but there's a transgender symbol, which again, by the way, they're trying to say that this is the negative thing. You know, doing drugs and all that stuff, I can agree with that. That stuff's basically the most negative thing you can do to yourself, but I mean, if that's what you want to do, whatever. But being trans is not a negative thing. And the person who posted this, what they see as positive is Christianity. A lady who looks like she's going to a wedding, she's getting married. Oh yeah, don't forget everybody. Mandatory getting married, you know, make sure to get married. Planes, soccer ball, gotta love soccer. Yep, that's how you know you're being a real man. Soccer. This is so funny to me. Like, what are you saying? What does this mean? Can you explain to me, maybe just a little bit? Like, in the description, it didn't say anything. It was just like, this is, men. This is how to be a man and a woman. This is how women and men should be. Married, doing soccer. Don't poop. Don't do it. Real men and women don't poop. Stinky idiots. Ugh. And that's just very funny to me that they're like, being trans. That's for boys, all right? It's men who are out here not pooping, all right? That's like, this doesn't make any sense. I don't understand what this post is. You have to be so removed from reality to think posting something like this makes any sense. But then again, this post got 1.3 million likes. That means the views is above that number, which is absurd to me. How did 1.3 million people see this post of absurdity, saying that being transgender and pooping is bad? How in the hell does that get 1.3 million likes? What is going on? I don't know, man. It doesn't make any sense to me. And this next is just some screenshots I found under the hashtag man thing on Instagram. These were all reels too, just still images, which is so stupid, by the way. Either post a post or post a reel. Oh. Pick a lane. This one's just racist. Great. Yay. So is this one. Guys, come on. And this is childish. What is going on? I personally think it is so unbelievably telling that there are just so many posts out there on how to be a man, and every single one of them sucks. I have not seen one post on Instagram or anything, TikTok, I don't care, teaching people how to be a man that doesn't suck. I haven't seen a single one that isn't somehow trying to put people down. Which, by the way, that's not manly at all. I hate to get all sentimental all of a sudden, but being a man means that you are respectful, you are caring, you take care of people. That is what masculinity is to me. If you ask me what I think being masculine is, it's that. It's being caring, taking care of people, wanting to help people become the best them they can be, right? Not putting people down, attacking people indirectly, yelling at people, telling kids to take off their shirts?
They all wear fucking shirts now. Every little kid at the beach wears a fucking sun protective shirt. It's like, let me see your pecs. Trying to see how they're built.
Like, what is this? I don't know if you'd actually say that to a child, but don't do that. No. Kids aren't ripped like they used to be. What? What kid is ripped that doesn't, like, spend their life in the gym? You know how hard it is to put on muscle when you're a kid? Kids should just be going outside and living their lives or playing video games or whatever. But I mean, you know, kids can't even go outside anymore because of global warming. So I mean, they can't do that either. So what are you talking about here? What are you saying? Kids aren't ripped. Why are you telling kids to take off their shirts? I digress, okay? I'm digressing here. I'm digressing. Like, I think this post here, this one, where it's Michael B. Jordan in Creed, and it's showing him being like, this is what you do if you're feeling this specific way. No. All right. I'm done. I'm done showing you videos, all right? Let's break it down. To be a man, you only have to do one thing, and that's be a good person. That's all you have to do to be a man. Be a good person. That's my definition of a man, all right? The only thing you need to do to be what you want to be, right, is to be that thing. But I know that sounds stupid and whatever, but let me break it down. To be a woman, you know, people ask that question, what is a woman, what is a man? And I have the answer. It's a human who is a woman. And all you out there who don't know, the next one is also really hard to follow. A man is simply a human, a person, who is a man. To put it simply, what I am saying is that a man is not to be defined by Instagram reels. You know, I think that's pretty simple. I don't think we should take advice from an unfiltered, terrible source of anything. I think we can all agree that Instagram is not the place to learn how to be a man or a woman or anything you truly care about at all. And just as I was saying that, I found the true holy grail of manliness.
Assalamu alaikum, Stick Nation. This right here is my stick that I present to you. It's like a twirly whirly, like
It's a twirly one. That's sick. That looks like a great sword. What the hell?
Hello,
It looks like a...
I'm here in the area above the Temple of Artemis, and I just found this legendary shield.
Yeah, that looks like
and
the
that,
Yu-Gi-Oh!
Ladies and gentlemen, is how to be a man. Right there. Cool stick. I'm only joking a little bit, actually. You know, going out there, finding a stick, cherishing it, thinking it's the coolest thing ever, that might be the most wholesome, manly thing anybody can do. Again, that goes for everybody. You don't have to identify as a man to go out there and be manly, all right? It's a thing you can do, all right? You can go out there, go find you a cool stick, all right? One that looks like a shield, one looks like a staff, a little wizard staff. I personally like the shield one the most.
He didn't make... I thought he made that.
But, like, you know, that right there, that is the embodiment of perfect, wholesome manliness, all right? And if you can't accept that right there is what manhood really is, then you're living an illusion. A lie. I personally love being a man because it's what I am. It's what I identify as. It's who I want to be. And, anybody who is also allowed to do that probably feels just as good about it, especially if they've had to fight for that. When I was younger, I had a very high-pitched voice. I had long hair some of the time. When I was in 2nd grade, I was trying to grow my hair out, and people just kept telling me you're a girl, you're a little girl, you're a stinky girl, you look like a girl. And I think being made fun of and bullied as a kid for it made me appreciate it more. I am a man, and I don't need people online to tell me what I am and what I'm not, and that goes for you too. Whether you're a man, a woman, neither, both, I don't care. You don't need people online to tell you what you are, okay? You get to be what you want to be, and it doesn't matter what other people say because it has nothing to do with them. So, appreciate it. Enjoy it. Be you. You're beautiful. You're amazing. If you're out there drawing, it looks great. Whatever you're doing. Hobbies, I love them. I love hobbies. If you're building a new Magic the Gathering deck, that's pretty sick. You're all beautiful, amazing people. Don't forget to clean your room, and I really appreciate your time. Here are my members. Wow. Oh, yeah. Oof. And I'll see you in the next one.
Over and get through this uncomfortableness. So sticking it out is like truly... Greetings, guys, gals, non-binary pals, and welcome back to another video. Something that we are no stranger to here on this channel and just in our lives is bad parents. It is something that we talk about a lot over here. It is something that I think a lot of us find a lot of both horror in, while also validation. You know, it's good sometimes to feel horrifyingly validated through other people's experiences. And so that is why we come together and we just talk about some bad parents, whether that be overbearing or strict or just like the most ridiculous things. We sit down, we have a talk, and that is what we are doing today. But before we do get into it, I would like to say a massive thank you to today's patron of the day, Lou. I appreciate you greatly, and I hope that you enjoy this video. If anyone else would like to become a patron, you go to patreon.com/savvycat. It starts at as little as £1 a month, and I appreciate it greatly. Okay, so let's get into our daily dose of insane parents. So we start off with this screenshot from TikTok, and it's a mother talking about her very small child. And it says, how to get your kids to eat more protein? Answer is simple. Don't give them a choice. Our house has no sugar, grains, or processed foods. We even limit fruit until he has eaten enough protein. Did you just say no grains? So like no bread, no rice, no pasta? Like that's like no carbs almost, right? Like
you don't need any of that.
Fucking ridiculous. Oh my god. Like, it's bad enough to not do sugar and processed foods, and like cutting out entire food groups in itself is terrible, but no grains as well? What are you eating? Like, what are you eating? And you're limiting fruit as well. There is such a massive issue with like almond moms, as they're called. Maybe I should make a video about almond moms. I might do that. We'll come back to that later. But there's such a massive issue with that, with like parents controlling their kids' food like so intensely, cutting out entire food groups and setting like really strict food rules. Like that is not the positive thing that you think it is. That's just instilling bad views of food and encouraging eating disorders. Like that's what it is. So many people who are raised with these types of parents and like strict food rules are going to develop eating disorders, whether that be restrictive because they spend their childhood being told food needs to be restricted, or like binge eating disorder because they've never been given the opportunity to like control their own food and eat what they want to eat. Like it's setting kids up for eating disorders. And it's ridiculous that they don't seem to realize this or don't seem to care, because I guess they have eating disorders themselves and are just putting that onto their kids as well. But like it is not a good thing to cut out entire food groups. You shouldn't be teaching your kids like this food is bad and this food is good. You're meant to be teaching your kids balance. You can eat sugar, you can eat processed foods, you can eat whatever you want as long as you also eat other things. You can get enough protein because you tell them why it's important to eat enough protein. And you just encourage balance. And if you give them the food in a way that is enjoyable and you tell them why it's good and then you eat it as well, you're likely to raise someone with good food morals. Don't restrict food intake and don't tell kids that food is good or bad, because food is not good or bad. It's just different. It has different nutritional value and you just eat different amounts of it at different times of day, whatever. Just stop controlling your kids' food so intensely. This is a text between a daughter and her mother, and it starts with her mom texting, I figured it would be a lot on you next weekend and I can't come over to you. Saturday is Miss Blank's mom's memorial. Sunday, Dad and I work the bingo, unless it's cancelled. I don't want you over here next weekend. I know. Plus, if you were here, it would probably get in the way. Like I said, Saturday to Monday, I have stuff going on. It kind of sounds dismissive, like you don't need us in your life.
It kind of sounds dismissive.
I did not say that. It sounds that way. We've always enjoyed Memorial Day.
What is it?
Cousin is already crying over it. Yesterday was a year that her spouse went into the hospital. We were both crying.
The crazy
part.
When
you're here, it's hard to.
The crazy part is the juxtaposition to being bigotry or being a bigot. It kind of sounds dismissive. What sounds dismissive? You have to explain what it is before you can say it sounds dismissive. Are you saying the text message sounds dismissive? Are you saying the lifestyle choices? Are you saying the day-to-day minutia of what this person is doing sounds dismissive? What is it so that you can claim that it sounds dismissive? I'm guessing in this context, it is the text message. But that doesn't make sense, because why would you say the text message? Why are you giving criticism on a text message that is not yours and that nobody asked for? It's giving criticism that no one asked for. It kind of sounds dismissive. If it sounds dismissive, it is dismissive. So, like, you don't have to give criticism towards the text or the message and say it sounds dismissive. Just say, wow, that's a bit dismissive. Not it sounds dismissive. It sounds like you're giving criticism versus a actual, like, opinion over what's going on. Why don't give criticism towards something that you want to just say is dismissive. Just say, wow, that was dismissive, rather than it kind of sounds dismissive. Because you're trying to remove an aspect of the conversation and make it into what we've had a bigger conversation before. So the conversation is bigger than it is right now. And this is how this person talks. So it makes no sense. Just absolutely, that makes no sense. You, my good woman, not even that. You piece of shit. You make no sense. Stop criticizing people's text messages by saying that it sounds dismissive. That's not, like, in context that I put it in, that sounds right. But it sounds dismissive is not something that you say to a text message. You say, wow, that sounds pretty dismissive. Because it, like, refers to an object. So you're saying it sounds, what are you saying? Your phone sounds dismissive? The fucking, the lights on the phone? Like, that's crazy. You're not even using, like, you're not, I'm grammar, the grammar police over here, but, like, it's just, come on. It sounds dismissive. Sounds like you are a bigot. So...
Relax when you're asking what I'm doing or why I'm watching something. Good grief, of course it's all my fault. Of course. Thanks a lot, Mum. You gave us enough. I don't need you anymore. Bye. Thanks. I did not say any of that. Yes, you did. You can't relax with me? I enjoy and look forward to visits. I did not say I don't need you. Well, that's good. But I need you too. And my daughter enjoys the visits too. But I also need me time, and it's few and far between. I hope so. I miss her every single day and thought and prayed for her in church that she would start walking and talking. You are a mom. There's never me time. I would go to school and never have 5 minutes alone. I'd get you at sitter or you'd ride home with me. As you got to school age, and I couldn't even send you across the street to grandma because she was gone. Yes, I know there's no time, but a few minutes to myself would be nice once in a while. It's called a nap time, I guess. The entitlement. I love how many, like, ellipses were in here. I didn't say them out loud, but, like, every sentence from the mother, there was, like, 5 full stops because I don't know. I don't know why. Just felt necessary for some reason. But, like, I just don't know why mothers, like, these mothers take everything so personally and take it so to heart. Like, her just being like, I kind of just want me time this weekend. I don't get very much downtime and it can be stressful entertaining people. And she's just there like, oh, so you don't love me? Oh, so you don't need me? I see how it is. You just don't care about me anymore. You're done with me now that you're an adult. Like, no one said that. Literally no one said, you said that. No one said that. You don't need to read into these messages as anything more than what they are. It's not that deep. Sometimes people just need alone time. Sometimes people just need to, like, be with themselves, even if it is only 5 minutes. Like, calm down. It's okay. You can see her again some other time. Your granddaughter will be there some other time. She's allowed to have peace and quiet. Like, chill out. Oh my god. So this person is having a conversation with their dad because their dad took $20,000 out of their account. Now this account only had $17,000 in it. So now they are $2,000 in debt because their bank accounts are connected. I don't know why. I don't have more information than that. I assume they're like a young adult. And so it's like the savings they've had since living at home and just haven't disconnected their bank accounts. That's what I'm assuming. Anyway, regardless, Dad took 20 grand out of an account that had 17 grand in it. Oh my God. And the conversation goes like this. They sent their dad a screenshot of the bank account, like, losing this money, and said, "I don't appreciate this. Will please give me time to solve the issue? You didn't even put..." I got a Tamagotchi, and she died
not the Tamagotchi.
just before I started filming. And I made the decision to hatch a new one before I started filming because I didn't think about it, and I forgot how needy the little tiny babies are. So I apologize. I've got to.
I was never allowed to have a Tamagotchi when I was younger.
You didn't even put the other 100 back in, let alone the fact that you put me 2,500 under. Somehow, how does that happen? Once is a mistake. Stop, will you? I'm about to drink now. Stop it. Well, maybe I wouldn't be freaking out if I wasn't suddenly put in debt. Give me time. Don't you guilt trip me. You are fine. Don't even try. Stop. You stop. I'm having a crisis too. Just calm down and I will resolve it. I'm not asking you to understand.
Everyone's always having a crisis.
I have a lot of work.
Everyone's always having, I've said this before. Everyone's always having a crisis. Like, it is a great excuse for people to do things that are just inherently wrong and possibly illegal. One of my favorite things is whenever I see somebody in a rush and they really, really want to pass, when they want to pass me on the road, my favorite things to say is like, "Oh, okay, yeah, go ahead and pass me. I'm going the speed limit, by the way. I always go the speed limit. I use cruise control, so I am always at the speed limit. But it is always somebody that's like, okay, the speed limits are stupid. Let me break the law. Like, come on, let me break the law for me. Like, go faster so I can break the law with you. Like, that's what people want when they're speeding on the road, is they want other people to speed so that there is a higher chance that they don't get caught for speeding, right? That's the whole, like, mentality of it. So I will be going the speed limit, and it feels like they literally, like, come on, let me break the law. Come on. And so I'm like, in my mind, when they pass me or when they go, like, deliberately, the stupidest thing is, like, I'm on the highway and some guy wants to go faster than the speed limit, possibly 20 over the speed limit. On the highway, you can get a pretty big ticket for that. Going like 20 over the speed limit, going maybe 90 miles an hour, nearly 100, just extremely unsafe. And what they do is, instead of wait until there is a means to pass me the right way, which is usually, in the fast lane, they decide, actually, I'm going to take the slow lane, or the rightmost lane, which is colloquially known as the slow lane. People go slow. You go slow on the rightmost lane, and then the leftmost lane is usually the one where you can go the fastest. That does not mean you can go faster than the speed limit. It just means that if you're going the speed limit on the slow lane, you're an asshole. At least by the standard of people that want to break the law. And it's like, so they'll go in the slow lane, pass you, go into the lane you're in, which is usually I'm in the middle lane, and then speed as fast as they can in the middle lane until they get to a point where they can go into the fast lane. Like, my favorite idea to think about when people do this is, like, people usually make the excuse of, like, well, I need to go to the fast lane because, like, what if it's an emergency, or, somebody's in the hospital. Like, you don't know if that person who's speeding has to go to the hospital really quick because there's an emergency. It's like, what? Like, I've heard people tell me that before. It's like, what are you talking about? How many people are going to the hospital because of an emergency situation, like, after work or before work? Like, what are you talking about? Who is going to the hospital around these times? Yeah, emergencies happen, and I'm sure that somebody has been in that situation, but that's not everyone. And this happens a lot. People speed a lot. So it's like, what do you mean? Like, so now in my brain, I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, of course, dude, pass me, of course, hey, somebody's dying in the hospital, right? You have to pass me when you speed because somebody's dying in the hospital, so you gotta do it. It's like, it's insanity because that's never the case, and people are just obsessed with getting to places in the fastest way possible. But the funniest thing is, speeding does not get you places faster. There's a scientific principle that says no matter how fast you go on a normal means of speed and travel, you will not get to your destination faster if you go over 60 miles an hour. If you're going over 60 miles an hour, you will not get to your destination faster. Despite what you might think, there is a tipping off point to how fast people on land can travel. Can you just arena Pokemon anime series hair toe cut by the evil barber? What are you talking about? What the hell? What? Who is Serena? What is this scenario? What? You've completely derailed what I was talking about. Can you draw Serena from Pokemon anime series being hair wait. Asking a request. I'm so confused. The series being hair tail cut by the evil barber. Who's the evil? That's the part I don't understand. Who's the evil barber in Pokemon? With a pair of scissors for me? What? I'm sorry, who? I love that this is a first time chatter, by the way. Pinning the message. What the fuck? Oh my gosh. Can I draw I don't know who Serena is. Who's the evil barber? Is that a character in the show? That doesn't sound right. That sounds crazy. Chatter, you've come in here, derailed my conversation, and given me the strangest request I've ever had. I have to look up who Serena is. Serena Pokemon. What? Okay, I remember who Serena is. That is the strangest request. Serena. Wait, who is Pokemon Evil Barber? Is it just. Are you. What? Pokemon. Wow, that's actually a search result. What the hell is this? The Haircut Brothers? What? Is this who you're talking about? The Evil Barber comic dub? I'm not drawing that. I'm not gonna draw that, by the way. That's crazy. I mean, I could show you this picture and maybe that'll, I'm sure you know what the evil barber, because you brought up the character and now I see a comic of the evil barber. What the hell am I looking at? This is some deviant art, demonic, fucking... The evil barber is crazy. I mean, I'm gonna pull up the picture now. Can I put it? I mean, yeah, let me put it on this layer. The evil barber. What? So you know the comic dub of the so this is what wait. Okay. I'm concerned that I don't think I should show this image actually on stream. This looks like strange fetish art that I do not condone. Why? The evil barber was about to cut Serena's hair tail off with a pair of shears while holding it. What? Chatter, please. Please, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't watch I don't watch Pokemon, so I don't know what. First of all, you sent me down a rabbit hole that I am terrified. I'm seeing a lot of evil barbers. I'm questioning whether or not this is a fetish, because it seems like it is. The one thing that I found was an evil barber strapping down a woman with very long hair and cutting it, I imagine, against her will, which is very strange. This is low-key... Oh my gosh, this is a real character. Pokemon Iris and the Evil Barber. What the hell? What the hell is this? What? Did you commission this art? What? Chatter, answer me this. Does the Evil Barber wear a creepy, like, demon mask? Is that the barber you're talking about? OC, Pokemon Iris and the Evil Barber. The Evil Barber was about to cut off the tail of Iris' hair off with a pair of scissors while holding it. This is what you're talking about. This is literally word for word what you're talking about. Do you want me to send you the here's the shit. Fuck. Here's the link. Here, I'll post the link in chat so you can have fun with your sick fantasies. The Evil Barber is about to cut. It's not Serena, it's Iris, obviously. You should have known this. Iris has the big pigtail. Here, Evil Barber cuts Iris's fucking hair off. I hope you're happy with yourself. I hope this is a learning experience for you. Honestly, the funniest shit I've heard a chatter say in a while. I'm honestly concerned. Like, for real, I am concerned. Oh my goodness. A massive derailment. 30 died. It was terrible. You should have seen it. I'm not drawing that, by the way. I'm not gonna draw that for you. That sounds like horrifying fetish art. I like myself some not safe for work art, but if you're showing me like art like that, I'm questioning some things. What? Holding a bear? You fucking... Who the fuck are you? Do I know you? Who are you? Why are you saying this in my chat? You are going crazy right now. That's literally the link in the chat. Click it and you can go have fun with your fucking Evil Barber. I swear. Is this your OC? Why are you here? Why have you come here to tell me these horrific things? I didn't want to know about the Evil Barber. I'm so confused. The Evil Barber, if you didn't know, is that it's the very thing that I found. Immediately when you look up the Evil Barber, that's what... I don't like that. I don't like that. Why did you show me that? Why did that have to be the first thing that you came in to say? That's what, I'm gonna remember your fucking name as the Evil Barber. The Evil Barber is gonna live in my fucking nightmares now. I'm gonna see that in my dreams. Holy shit. Holy fuck. We gotta watch some of those fetish art history videos by that one YouTuber. I like those videos. I feel like the evil barber would fit in very well in that catalog of videos. I've never been derailed like that before, I'm gonna be honest with you. That took me by surprise. Great idea. What are you talking about? What are you talking? No, why are you like this? Why? Do you like that? Do you like the knobbly knees? The fucking... Are you into TF fucking fan art? Is that what you're into? You fucking freak. You fucking weirdo. And now I don't make fun of my chatters very often, okay? But this is insane. I am concerned for my own safety. I am very concerned. Yeah, hold on. I'll pull up the videos. I feel like you're gonna get a kick out of these, so I might as well. Holy shit. She's very high up on the list, okay. Let's start off with, let's start off with something simple. And then we'll ramp up to the weird. Knobbly knees, and then the most depressing one of all. Okay. This is for you, chatter. This is for you. Thank you for bringing up Evil Barber. You fucking freak. You fucking weirdo. Hold on, let me pull it up. Wait, hold on. Relax, wait. For fuck's sake. Where's my picture-in-picture, you fucking... Oh, it's this one. Okay, got that one, and then picture-in-picture. Alright, there we go.
Have you ever looked...
Oh, shit. Here she
at
is.
a beautiful, soft, freshly cut piece of bread and just thought to yourself, I'd fuck this. You are not alone. If there's one thing we know about the vast of art available on the internet, is that any and every piece of artwork is liable to get someone's jollies off, if you know what I mean. But we're not talking the usual fare.
The evil
Inflation, Skippity Sonic, pregnant Bart Simpson. Because where it gets interesting is when you stumble upon art so wacky, so uncanny in how mundane it is.
Why?
This is the weirdest thing you've ever seen.
No, what is...
Because this is absolutely somebody's fetish.
Wonder Bread.
But how do you just know? And more importantly,
this is gonna get weirder. I've lined up a few videos to watch.
Buying Wonder Bread at the store? On this channel, we treat art history with the seriousness it deserves. Today's lesson, how an obscure DeviantArt tier fetish experienced by only one man in all of humanity nearly ruined his life. This is the story of the DeviantArt Wonder Bread Man. The year was 2016. Harambe, Pokemon go to the polls, and a bright-eyed 24-year-old man with tons of dough and nothing to spend it on. And this is kind of where the trouble begins. Merlogic, known also as Merlogic 1, quietly began his commission career in 2013, though it would take several years before people online started to notice something anomalous. Rumors quickly began to percolate about a mysterious individual who would stop at nothing to commission any artist he could possibly reach to draw him two very specific things.
It's sounding a lot like
white woman Wonder Bread art
Elijah
and
right
sexy
now.
deforestation. And if you think I'm joking about that last one,
Did you just want to see the evil barber in my art style? Is that what you're saying?
here's Johnny. Enter DeviantArt. Around March 18th, 2016, Merlogic created his DeviantArt account and soon thereafter uploaded his first commissioned work, an artwork aptly titled A Gated White Bread Community. In a prototype of his later popular commissions, this artwork features Asami from The Legend of Korra being dutifully served a white bread and mayonnaise sandwich by an enslaved Winter from the show Ruby. And that was the beginning of the end for anyone with eyes. Because since that fateful post, Merlogic has spent in excess of 4 to 5 figures on dozens and dozens and dozens of similar commissioned artworks featuring evil, wealthy, malicious, thick blonde women buying surreal amounts of Wonder Bread at the grocery store. And it does have to be Wonder Bread. And bear in mind that 4 to 5 figures may be a conservative estimate. Funny Junk certainly thinks so. And as Merlogic himself somewhat confirms in our recent Discord call,
the answer is nobody knows, and I don't even know, so that means no one is ever going to know, but just note that since people charge different rates and you have to calculate all those different rates, it's like an impossibly incomprehensible number. So to make, fun out of it, when people say, how much money have you realistically spent? I'm like, I don't know, how much money is there in the Federal Reserve? How much gold bricks are there in Fort Knox?
So sure, he spent a ton of money on it, and sure, it would probably burst into flame if permitted within 200 feet of a school zone. But how do we know, without a shadow of a doubt, that this isn't just innocent, if very weird-looking fan art?
The fetish.
Let's quickly go over the anatomy of fetish art. So let's take a step back for a second. Try and remember a time when you were scrolling mindlessly and you came upon an illustration that contained nothing of any adult nature, yet had a bizarre focus on something that felt out of place. Not a meme, a regular, sincere drawing. Something in the back of your brain may have been signaling to you, there's something here that I don't quite understand, and it's making me uncomfortable, but what the hell is it? And that's the rub with fetish art. You know it when you see it, and you don't know why. So here are some reliable ways to tell. A bizarre emphasis on what should be an unimportant part of the scene. An outfit no normal woman would ever wear. A setting usually detached from time and space and existing for a highly singular purpose. And a scenario that in the real world would play out as deeply mentally ill behavior. And a lot of the time, there's nothing sexual in it. That's the craziest thing. And that is what makes it simultaneously so easy to spot and yet so hard to describe. Now, artistically, Mer's commissions are nothing crazy, right? You have your basic rule of thirds composition, and occasionally you have an explanatory caption. Merlogic prefers a semi-anime or kind of like blended Western cartoony look, though he does make exceptions for My Little Pony AI. You know you're dealing with a Mer classic if you can spot a mean, mom-coded hot blonde with Hartman hips, either in the process of mowing down a forest to make a sandwich factory, or just buying the bread herself in the store. It's all part of the fetish. Bonus points if she's allowed to discuss it.
Elijah, why? I feel like I can't even pause any part of this video because you're just gonna get off to it, you fucking freak. Why? And why did you come into my chat to say this?
Her plans for world domination and gloating over how
you're gonna love the next video. The next few videos are gonna be, you're gonna love them.
So the burning question, right?
Because this is very tame compared to the other videos.
Why this? And how do you even figure out that you're into this? 2018, a massive year for the white woman Wonder Bread fandom and a gift to curious minds everywhere. Because as Merlogic himself explained,
this actually goes way farther back. Like, we're talking like all the way into my childhood. One example I can tell you off the top of my head is when I went on the Dick show, and Dick asked the question, I was like, what was your first earliest memory of this? And he was shocked when I gave him the answer when I said, well, when I was watching Dexter's Lab one day, and I was watching the episode where Dee Dee and Dexter are forced to be in each other's rooms. Dee Dee, you know, has now full access to Dexter's lab. And if anybody who's ever to Dexter's lab knows, Dee Dee likes to break things. Dexter has these horrible nightmare sequences where Dee Dee is immediately rampaging inside his lab and just breaking things. And I'm sitting down and I'm watching Dee Dee in these nightmare sequences destroy Dexter's lab, and I'm enthralled with it. Like, I can't look away. It's just so shamelessly evil.
And you may be thinking to yourself, this is absolutely crazy. This got to be like the only dude who's ever been into this stuff. As this funny junk Anon explains in a thread later that year, I have the same fetish as this guy, so let me try and explain. It's a power dynamic thing. Girls belittling people and being cool is a common fetish, and that same type of behavior is often displayed in cartoons by characters destroying the environment. As for the mayo, smoking, and processed foods, that's a bit of an extension to the anti-environmentalism stuff, since those are seen as unhealthy or unnatural. The idea is that the girl, with disdain for the earth or natural things, is polluting her own body with things that are unhealthy. And he goes on. In other words, this guy likes doming via white bread, but he also likes the visceral greed, right? It's not just the doming, it's the total disrespect for the environment and the absolutely irrational consuming desire to take anything good and wholesome and natural and corrupt it into something corporate and bland. It's somewhere between a doming thing and a corruption thing, and it seems that the bread is just where his mind landed. One thing that Murlogic makes an effort to cite is the fact that Dr. Blight from Captain Planet perfectly encapsulates this mentality.
It dawned on me, it's like, is Captain Planet the only instance where they had one villain who is a female who hates the environment? And it dawned on me, it's like, why am I not commissioning this right now? And that's the story of how all these evil women came to be.
She's an utter simplification of the concept of greed in a package that a child can understand. And clearly, something about this had quite the impact on him. Not to mention the one sequence where she becomes giant, but I feel like that doesn't factor in here, but if you know, you know. But no discussion of Murlogic could ever be complete without addressing the controversy. Shadman.
I'm sure you know, Elijah.
I
I'm sure
promise
you
this
know
is
what that
relevant.
means.
For those who don't know, Shadman
I have a
is
feeling
a deeply
you.
controversial artist whose claim to
oh
fame
no.
can best be summed up as drawing hentai of his mother, of real people's children, and occasionally Teen Titans and Overwatch. While the Shad lore is extensive and disgusting and frankly deserving of its own video, suffice to say that this is an artist who's been around the block
I can't wait
in
for
terms
that
of drawing
video.
objectionable content. But what goes up must come down. And though 2018 was a great year for the Wonder Bread art world, it wasn't without its major drawbacks. Sometime that year, Murlogic contacted Shadman hoping for a commission. Notably, Murlogic claims that at this time he was not aware of Shadman's reputation whatsoever.
Before I even got to that point, you know, I'm just a little young Mur going around asking people for different commissions. I don't do background checks on any of the characters that I, you know, ask for commissions because, you know.
So let me stop you right there. One quick thing. I'm just curious how that's the case because Shadman is the type of guy where his reputation absolutely precedes him, and I would find it very difficult to approach him for art not knowing anything about him, you know?
Look, I know it sounds unbelievable, but I truly do believe that I am the commission equivalent of Forrest Gump, where I just run into people and I just ask them stuff, and then one thing leads to another.
And somehow, despite being denied a commission request by a borderline world-famous internet pedophile, it was only downhill from there. And as more and more people became familiar with Murlogic's antics, he ceased to be an actual human being and started to embody this avatar of utter DeviantArt degeneracy. And it was kind of obscurity ever since. So where is Murlogic in current year? In researching this video, I have come across no fewer
Elijah,
than
why did you come to a
127
non-fetish
unique
artist
Murlogic
and ask for
commissions, and
fetish
those are
art?
only
That's what
the
I
ones that I
understand.
could find by crawling
That's what I'm
Google images.
understanding
The
right now.
legacy lives on. Murlogic is still very active online, and he often receives free Wonder Bread art through Twitter,
I've
where he has
never
also
created
made
fetish
extensive
art.
use of
I
the
do
reply
not
feature
know why
whenever he
you
sees an artwork
thought
or a
that
character that
this
he
would
deems
be-
Mur-coded. And
Are
there is
you just
Mur-coded lore,
you
but
just like
frankly, I covered all the
you're
prerequisites,
just
so
memeing?
like you know it when you see it. While it seems that Wonder Bread fetish art outlived its peak popularity some years ago, it is not gone by any stretch of the imagination. And while DeviantArt is obviously past its prime, you must remember that DeviantArt did for weird fetish art what Fire did for the human race. And that's worth admiring. And with the advent of AI, the coom is seemingly endless. One can only hope that unlike weird art drama of years past, this new generation of Wonder Bread art will continue to live on without controversy and not go stale.
This guy stinks!
This has been a lesson in art history.
Oh, I got through that video. Can't wait for the next one.
The cursed Sonic Shadow toilet art with no known origin. For the last 10 years, this mysterious illustration has been
What a way to
endlessly
open a
reposted
video.
on Twitter and Reddit, a staple of the bad Sonic fan art genre. Few could resist the appeal of the anthropomorphic Sonic toilet. But
I
the
mean,
more
you can't talk
investigate
about
this
disgusting
image, the
fetish
weirder it
fan
gets.
art,
Endless dead links,
without
a
talking
bizarre
about
image
the
board whose
Sonic
existence
fan
has
art.
been wiped from the surface web, and one of the longest, strangest, most unexplainable games of telephone on the internet. Who drew this? Where did they go? And why are they so determined never to be found? This is the never-ending rabbit hole of the Skibbity Sonic toilet.
Not the Skibbity.
Today's art history mystery, fur affinity, fluids, and how to fall off the face of the earth. In case you've never seen it, this is a rather infamous piece of Sonic fan art, featuring Sonic and Shadow the Hedgehog merged into a single, fleshy, toilet entity. Shadow can be seen voicing his disapproval of the situation, and just out of frame looms the fat gut of a character
I've
coming
seen
to use the
a
bathroom. And
variation
remember the
of
gut,
this.
because it is very important. So, for obvious reasons, this image persisted in people's memory. And right off the bat, there's a weird inconsistency. Because since this image's earliest known origin of Halloween of 2013, the
You like
version
this,
that's been
Elijah?
posted
Is
and
this what you
reposted
wanted?
ad nauseum is actually
That's why you
cropped.
came into
The
my-
left section of the image is often cut out
My chat?
entirely. And when you plug it into reverse image search, something weird happens. The earliest result goes nowhere. Fools.us is a defunct site with broken formatting. No matter, old forums die off and fail to archive all the time. But you start pulling the thread and you realize there are tons of dead links. And strangely enough, this image did not originate from DeviantArt, Fur Affinity, or even E621. And if you don't know what that is, we'll get there. But there's another lead. iChan.org. Several links come back to iChan, but once you start looking them up, it's another dead end. There is zero trace of iChan anywhere online other than this dead Twitter account and this little mushroom icon. But we can use context clues. Chan boards are infamously filled with adult content, and their insular nature makes them difficult to find. Based on the content of the image, we can make an educated guess about the kind of board it appeared on, and we can safely assume that it's legit fetish art, which does narrow things down. But finally, a break in the case. A reverse image result from November 29th, 2013 leads to cheeseburger.com, which leads to something awful. 2014. The earliest available version of this image is from a thread by user Andrew Garbage Day Miller listing the strangest fan art around. The early 2010s were very much the beginning of the larger cringe movement that would come to define the latter half of the decade, at least online. And there was truly something about the Sonic franchise that produced the strangest art you'd ever seen. The snowball effect truly began on February 13th of 2014 with this BuzzFeed listicle about bad Sonic art. Merely weeks later, it was reposted to College Humor, a massive website at the time. This image quickly became the poster child for terrible Sonic content. Between 2014 and 2017, this spread like wildfire. Anywhere you saw bad Sonic art, you saw this. This drawing was relentlessly posted to Reddit, to Twitter, to Imager, but never with an artist attribution. And one thing you need to understand about weird fetishy art like this is that the artist is often easy to find. So back to something awful. Right under the post, it says that it was created for the thread by one Friends Are Evil. So there we go. Mystery solved, right? This horrifying visage was created in 2013, it blew up in 2014, and sure enough, here was our guy. But something didn't feel quite right to me, so I reached out to Friends Are Evil, and lo and behold, he says this. I didn't actually do that Sonic Shadow toilet drawing. I think Something Awful's formatting is a little confusing, so it might have read as mine. I did do this original drawing for the fan art thread ages ago. I definitely saw the Shadow Sonic toilet image circulating
that
the
one is
thread
weird.
around the time I
That
was
one is weird.
frequenting the thread in 2011
That picture
to
is
2012.
in fact weird.
So Nothing is adding up. The image has no clear origin. It was never posted on any of the usual suspects. And upon reflection, at the very top of the Something Awful thread is an attribution to an artist simply named Call Now. And Call Now is an absolutely untraceable entity. There is no social media or art website profile matching this name. It's basically unsearchable. Okay, pseudonym. Happens all the time, especially for very objectionable adult artwork. From here, things start getting really strange. The BuzzFeed article was one of the last prominent examples of the full version of the image being circulated, because after that point, it was almost exclusively...
I don't know why this always happens. I think it's because MS Paint is really, poorly made. So it buffers the videos I'm watching. Give it a second.
This version instead. And it may not seem like a big deal, but removing the fat belly from this image removes a massive piece of fetish context. And we have to talk about the fetish. But before we get there, there's something really important you need to know. Out there on the internet is a website that Coomers could only dream of developing. A website with an exhaustive catalog of every fetish that has ever existed. A website I hoped I would never have to consult. The Blue Furry site. So if you don't know, E621 is a staple of the furry adult art community. And while Sonic isn't strictly furry, the character designs are right on the cusp, and I had a good feeling that I was going to get a lead. So I made an account and plugged in the following search terms: Sonic, toilet, and transformation. And once you disable the pee-pee poo-poo filters, there it is, attributed to one Fizz the Ancient. So this time it had to be the artist, right? Because this website is meticulous about tagging and cataloging. But one look at the artist's gallery, censored for your peace of mind, and it's immediately obvious that this is not their work. In fact, it only has their name on it because of a mix-up with an old Tumblr post. So artist misattribution once, a mistake. Twice, whoever made this did not want to be found. Because even on the Blue Furry site, this drawing got a tremendous amount of downvotes. And you might be thinking, surely the people who frequent the site have seen it all. What is so bad about this one in particular?
What the hell? Oh my God, no way.
So let's quickly address the Anthro Hedgehog in the room. Why is Sonic fan art so weird? I'm gonna be so real, I don't know. But I have a game theory. Sonic is a very child-oriented franchise that people tend to cling on to in their adulthood as a source of comfort. It also tends to be the cringier fan base due to its origins in 90s ratitude and failure to adapt to modern sensibilities. And historically, it's produced a lot of edgy OCs. And there's also a famous mismatch between the seriousness with which it handles its subject matter versus the execution. Now, the furry community is similarly deeply misunderstood and often a refuge for online artists, incredibly welcoming to people with marginal interests as well as fringe fetishes and adult content. So the Venn diagram of people interested in Sonic, digital art, and furry culture converges in a huge way. And as a result, you get tons of fan art that leans into increasingly niche interests. And as you approach the extremes, you get some really, really, really freaky art. And speaking of freaky, let's define exactly what fetishes we're discussing here. On the surface, this may just look like hee-hee funny Sonic, but I promise you, this type of fan art hits a lot of fetish cross-sections. Furry, feet, diapers, poo-poo, and transformation. And while most of these are self-explanatory, there is one that requires a closer look. Transformation, agalmatophilia, or TF, is relatively common within the furry community, and that's not shocking given the transcendent nature of wanting to inhabit a non-human body. Its earliest furry web presence can be traced back to the 1997 site Transfer. And the closest to a formal definition I could find is from this incredible 2012 article by, I shit you not, professional British gaming researcher Dr. Mark Griffiths. He describes it as a form of sexual fetishism in which an individual derives sexual arousal from descriptions about and depictions of transformations, usually of people being transformed into other beings or objects. He continues, I also read that the transformations are typically non-consensual, with the transformer often becoming confused, scared, or angry as the changes take place. And knowing all of that, this image suddenly becomes much easier to explain. But we still haven't answered the question of who the hell made this. And by this point, I was losing hope. 2 artist dead ends. Every version of the image led back to some other version in an endless game of telephone. And frankly, I was freaking out because at the time that I found artist number 1, I was sure that I had solved a decade-long mystery, and I even tweeted about it. And now, I had nothing to back it up. And the story could end right there. Were it not for the fact that there was one more famous piece of Sonic toilet transformation art in the exact same style. And this one, I was determined to find. So back to square one. DeviantArt was a complete bust. A potential link to Wizard-chan's depression board turned up nothing. And checking the file names of individual images was useless because many of them were named 2ce.png. The file name from the image on the Know Your Meme page. We were going in circles. So with determination in my heart, I returned to the Blue Furry site and typed in the following: Sonic, toilet, transformation, pee-pee. And sure enough, there was one image strikingly similar to the Sonic toilet. Sonic Urinal Heroes. We were so back. And to make a serious comparison here, both images are arranged the same way. On the left, an anonymous character with a large gut, which is why I brought it up before, looms over the transformation victims on the right. Both are set in a bathroom. Both use a relatively muted color palette. The line weight, the thin white highlights, the subject matter, the composition, the looks of distress. Even the way Shadow and Knuckles' eyes are rendered is remarkably similar. And if that wasn't enough, this image was posted on May 31st of 2013, mere months before the first archive sighting of the Shadow toilet. So who is our culprit? While I cannot claim beyond the shadow of a doubt that this is our guy, this break in the case was illustrated by a furry fetish artist going by the name Canada. Their galleries on Fur Affinity and Ink Bunny contain dozens and dozens of images of the Sonic crew in adult situations, including toilet transformation. For obvious reasons, I cannot show most of these on screen, and while it's important to credit an artist with their work, please be aware that these images are incredibly graphic and probably not worth having in your search history. So if you do seek them out, please be warned. Can we definitively say this is the artist? No. But the pieces all fit, and together, it's a hell of a coincidence. Now, as for the present day, this image still gets reposted from time to time, notably the version without the gut, but it's far past its heyday. Sonic art continues to be as weird and marginal as ever, and those who seek images like this out are surely to find more. While it cannot be said with certainty that Canada is the originator of this long-running Sonic meme, they have certainly done their part to contribute to the culture. And as for whoever may truly be responsible, their sheer dedication to never being tracked down is really admirable. So has this internet art mystery been solved? I think it's as solved as it's ever gonna get. And if I wasn't unemployable before this video, my prospects now are circling the drain.
This guy stinks!
This has been an art history mystery.
Okay, there's one more, I think, that's kind of fucked, but yeah.
DeviantArt fetishes. They're like bedbugs. For every one you know about, there's 100 you don't. And while the internet gives us unlimited access to the depths of the Coomer mind, what happens when a fetish is too freaky, even for 4chan? When does a shitpost become fetish art? And when does cringe cross the line into child endangerment? As you well know by now, if it exists, someone is into it. And in the darkest corners of DeviantArt.com lurks a man whose fetish is so inexplicable, it elicits a knee-jerk reaction in everyone who sees it. A man whose name is known to very few, but whose artwork pissed off thousands. A man who needs no introduction.
Oh no, wait, there's this one and
tragic
there's
story
one more after
of
this
the
one.
DeviantArt Big Knee guy.
I forgot about this one, I'm gonna be honest with you. I forgot this one exists.
Today's art history lesson: knees, rage bait, and Rule 34. If you're a returning viewer, I hope you like the new look, because the old one was kind of... Let's travel back to 2015. Obama was prime minister. It would only be 1 year until it was finally the current year, and an anonymous individual going by the name Big Knee Lover would set up an account on DeviantArt.com. And one look at his page reveals something very interesting. Why does an account with only 17 posts and fewer than 500 followers have 500,000 page views? Well, as it would turn out, Big Knee Lover didn't just make bad fetish art, he royally pissed people off. But to understand why, we have to understand his work. Big Knee Lover is a fetish artist who draws your favorite female characters with big, bouncy, swollen, distended knees. And in the grand scheme, that's hardly the weirdest thing out there. But that's not the whole story, and it all went down on May 8th of 2015, when he posted his flagship artwork, a Microsoft Paint drawing of Hatsune Miku with big, swollen knees. And less than 24 hours later, he'd kick the hornet's nest. On May 9th, he uploaded an image many of you have probably seen at least once: the biggest knees. And the comments were not only endless, but overwhelmingly negative. By November 28th, 4chan users had become aware of this little facet of DeviantArt degeneracy. And to say they didn't get it puts it mildly. Shock, horror, disgust, and in no time at all, an Encyclopedia Dramatica entry fumbling desperately to explain how such artwork could possibly exist. And though there's little evidence from the time, there was speculation among many that this was simply too bad to be real. Surely, people thought, he must be trolling. And between the comments threatening suicide and telling Big Knee Lover exactly what he should do with his account, there was a really interesting debate taking place about consent. But in order to fully explore that, we have to step back and ask ourselves a very uncomfortable question. Why were people so upset by this? And what's the deal with the knee fetish? Rule 34. If it exists, there's porn of it. And in today's day and age, the rules of the internet are a fun but extremely dated signpost from a bygone era, but that doesn't make them any less true. The first known usage of Rule 34 comes from this 2003 panel from the webcomic Zoom Out, where the author expresses a very familiar dismay after finding out about Calvin and Hobbes' hentai. The reason Rule 34 caught on the way it did is because it's so obviously self-evident, so much so that 2 cornerstone adult websites are named after it. And as much as the web has changed over the last 20 years, nothing has remained so constant as people's desire to take your favorite characters and draw them doing things they should never do. But how do big knees fit into this? After all, Rule 34 largely refers to adult content of specific characters. But there are exceptions. And Big Knee Lover is an interesting case because he can be explained by the much less notorious but equally true Rule 41. If it exists, it's somebody's fetish. And knowing this, let's explain how a knee fetish works. In researching this topic, it was immediately obvious that if this is real, it's incredibly rare. A cursory look through DeviantArt only produces a single-digit amount of blurry screenshots of the elbows and knees of various anime characters. And based on the tags, we're probably on the right track. The spicy My Little Pony site only has 38 entries, the Hub has none, and the one discussion site with a relevant entry actually refers back to Big Knee Lover. The only solid evidence for a knee fetish is this dangerously based angel fire site, kneefetish.com, which contains 2% discussions of a knee fetish and 98% threats to kill random people. But there is some insight there. As the site reads, all you people, look around. There are many knees. Some are ugly, some are beautiful, some are hairy. Just enjoy yourself. Stop and look at the knees. But greater minds have done the work for us. According to this blog published shortly after Big Knee Lover's debut, the knee fetish is actually named genuphilia, and it can best be understood as a form of partialism, which is a fetish focused on a very specific part of the body. And we can do the intellectual exercise of where these fetishes come from and what they mean all day long, but I would much rather get into why this art pissed people off as bad as it did. 2016. Shortly after 4chan users became aware of Big Knee Lover's postings, his comment sections were flooded with hate. And that's not shocking given 4chan's reputation, but what feels so out of place here is how badly people reacted. After all, DeviantArt fetishes have a tendency to get way more extreme than this, to the extent that you wouldn't even know it was fetish art unless you were part of a very specific community. But Big Knee Lover made 3 crucial mistakes. The first was posting anything in 2016. The second is that he committed the cardinal sin of posting fetish art that was just a little bit too fetishistic. How do we know? As with most fetish art, the combination of a recognizable character and a bizarre focus on a body part that looks strange or a situation that feels out of place is a dead giveaway. Not to mention that knees were a particularly unusual choice. And in the age of 2016 edginess and the thirst for new cringe, few sins were less forgivable than being just a little bit weirder than people wanted. And his third mistake was messing with Undertale people. Though Undertale needs no introduction, it was a very popular RPG that came out in 2015 with a very dedicated fanbase. The 2016 Undertale fandom had a horrendous reputation, descending like a flesh-eating swarm on anyone who played the game a little different than you were supposed to play the game or portrayed a character in a way people didn't like. And while it wasn't all fans, it was enough to light the spark. March 2016, Big Knee Lover uploaded the simply titled Undine, complete with 2 bulbous knees that eclipse her lower legs. The comments exploded with vitriol, and they would continue this way for every subsequent post until Big Knee Lover left the internet for good 5 years later. And we'll get back to that shortly. On the one hand, Big Knee Lover's style was becoming super dated, reminiscent of the otaku craze that swept DeviantArt in the 2000s. By the mid to late 2010s, the hyper-stylized anime look had totally gone out of fashion. Fan art itself took on a much more sleek and streamlined character, and it was considered pretty passé to flaunt the fact that your art had been made in Microsoft Paint. On the other hand, the knee fetish was safe for work, but just weird enough to be able to send to your normie friend and say, hey, look at this crazy thing I saw on the internet. And on the other hand, to return way back to this debate about consent, there is actually something pretty interesting happening in the comments. Because shit flinging aside, ask yourself this: when is it okay to post fetish art? Now, the answer may seem straightforward. It's okay when everyone in the room is okay with it. But what happens when not everyone knows that they're looking at it? Is it actually ethical to make someone participate in your fetish, even if they don't know? And that's the larger issue with DeviantArt fetishes and with Big Knee Lover, because supernatural ability of his to piss off the angriest fandoms aside, even if his work was satire, it was pointing at an actual issue. DeviantArt, like every website, has terms of service, and though fetish art thrives there are rules against posting extremely explicit content, and this creates a very unusual environment in which obscure, non-sexual fetish art can flourish. Think about how often you've come across inflation, or giant women, or a man transforming into a diaper. While it may be funny removed from its original context, things change when you fully appreciate the fact that it was probably drawn one-handed. Not to mention that certain fetish artists get their jollies by making what looks like innocuous artwork, understood by people who are into it, and making unwilling participants of a fetish those who don't know what it is. And on a more serious note, what happens when you put a child's cartoon character in a fetish situation? One of the more serious issues facing YouTube at the moment is the sheer availability of freaky content aimed at children. What to a kid might be a funny cartoon about Sonic pooping in a diaper should be alarming to anyone who can see the bigger picture. And while it's extremely unlikely that a given child stumbled upon Big Knee Lover's work, it does bring up the much more uncomfortable question of what it means to consent to seeing something online. Because how do you police adult content when you can barely even describe what makes it adult? And while it would be super illuminating to hear from the artist himself, it seems that the hate got to him. Between endless waves of hurtful comments and mocking Reddit posts, Big Knee Lover would quietly make his exit from the internet forever on July 7th of 2021. Although in the description of his final piece he cites forgetting about DeviantArt as the reason for his spare uploads, it's much more likely that he was effectively bullied off the platform. Big Knee Lover, satire or not, occupied a very uncomfortable niche between the fetish world and the normal internet. But straddling those two extremes proved impossible, and that was the last time anyone had ever heard of him. So what became of his legacy? If Big Knee Lover continues to upload under an alias, nobody's found him. And it seems that without his contributions, the knee fetish community has very little to show for itself. This guy was just out of place, out of time, posting dated 2000s style fetish art during the violent transition into the late 2010s internet. And if he is still out there, waiting, it's only a matter of time before he uploads something that'll inevitably bring the internet to its knees. This has been an art history lesson.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks.
Have you ever been mildly inconvenienced? Maybe been forced to eat without YouTube or had to use the bathroom just as you were falling asleep? Then you can probably relate to this anime girl whose arms, legs, teeth, and eyes were torn from her body. In 2009, an artist took up the task of drawing anime girls in the most horrific scenarios he could possibly draw, contributing to a disturbing online community whose roots go back to pre-war Japan. A fetish subcategory responsible for tens of thousands of images of anime broads being torn to shreds for adult purposes. So how could there possibly be an audience for this stuff? Who is commissioning it? And what's the actual story behind this meme? This is a case of girls, gore, and anime porn. This is the bizarre origin of the limbless anime girl. Today's bad art history, the quadriplegic anime girl from 2009, old people who get it on, and the weird underbelly of Japanese image boards. Before we begin, I have launched a Patreon. For the low price of 1 to 5 doubloons a month. You get uncensored videos, extended commentary, blooper reels, and a shout out if you want it. Thank you so much to anyone who decides to join. Thank you regardless for watching this slop and—
Oh, it's freezing up. Motherfucker. Fucking ass. Fucking ass. Fucking bitch. Yeah, let's see if it's good.
Back to the video. So if you've been online recently, you may have seen some variation of this meme. It's a beautifully rendered, highly detailed depiction of an anime girl languishing in a hospital bed with a bandage around her eyes. Notably, all 4 of her limbs are missing, and you can make out her chest through her shirt, which is no accident.
notable.
And for the last year or so, this meme has been making the rounds on Instagram and Twitter. But you may be wondering, why does this illustration exist? And why is she fucked up? The real answer to that question actually comes from the underground art scene in 1930s Tokyo. But before we can even touch that, a quick timeline. 2009, digital artist S. Zenith Lee uploaded this artwork to the Japanese image board Donboru. And what probably jumps out at you is the sheer despair radiating off this image. Even the website itself has it tagged as soul-crushingly depressing. And the comments reflect this, speculating on what, if anything, could be done to give this girl some semblance of a normal life. But what you don't know is that this is actually a part 2 to a previous illustration in which she is taken and brutally rearranged but kept alive. And though we'll come back to that artwork in detail, trust me, the long and short of it is that this anime girl has been separated from her eyes, ears, teeth, mouth, and limbs. And as the artist explains, a while ago there was a local girl who was hit by a truck and ended up losing both her legs and one arm. Visiting victims with this kind of injuries would be pretty awkward, since my cynical self thinks that telling her get well soon would be a little pointless. I wanted to draw a pic with this theme for quite some time. The last pic inspired me to draw this as a continuation. I kid myself that I used up all the blood in the last picture, that's why this one is so clean. But in spite of its shocking nature, this illustration lived in relative obscurity on the Japanese internet, only appearing on several small blogs before it made its first real mark on SafeBoru. SafeBoru is one of numerous Boru-type sites whose stated purpose is only to repost the safe for work images from Donboru. And just to be clear, SafeBoru had no business reposting this particular image, but repost they did. And in 2014, the limbless anime girl finally made her first appearance on the English web via 4chan. Interestingly, her very first appearance resembles the current meme, with an anon joking that waiting for a game to come out made him feel like he was languishing like the girl in the photo. And then, 2019, a Twitter user posts this image with the caption, "Went through 7 pages of a Donboru fetish art account just to find this pic in high quality." And keep in mind that this person could immediately tell that this was fetish art. The limbless anime girl exploded in popularity, circulating as a reaction image and soaring to new heights in 2022, when Instagram user Intellectual Incel Group posted the first known variation of today's meme. And I hardly have to explain the rest. The desperately sad nature of the image versus the minor inconvenience in the caption made for excellent shitposting material. And with the advent of AI, there's even a version where she gets her legs back. And that's all fine, but the meme itself is hardly the most interesting part of this story, because that's where the common knowledge about it ends. And I'm sure what you're still wondering is, okay, but like, why was this made? Yes, the artist explains his personal reasons, but really think about it, right? Why would an artist invest so much time and skill into mutilating a helpless anime broad? And more to the point, why is it so obvious to so many that this is fetish art?
I love that as a fucking...
Before we can get into any of the truly freaky stuff, I threw quite a few words at you, so let's define them now. What are borus? The word itself comes from the Japanese pronunciation of the word board, as in image board. Donboru, launched in 2005, is among the most well-known Japanese image boards, with close to millions of art submissions, many of which are extremely explicit. And since making its source code publicly available, dozens if not hundreds of copycat Boru sites with their own theme and specific audience have emerged. And in case you were wondering, yes, it's almost all SafeBoru, as mentioned before, is a Donboru clone without any of the adult content. But clearly, some submissions slip through the cracks. And as a quick aside, one look at the quadruple amputee tag on SafeBoru should be pretty telling, because while these artworks don't show anything, they are clearly adult in nature. The attention paid to showing off the cuteness and helplessness of these girls in combination with their limbless bodies is a very strange and obvious contrast. Back to Borus. One thing you ought to understand is that they have an incredibly detailed tagging system, which makes it very easy to search for something like, say, quadruple amputee anime girls with green hair being held by a grown man suspended over a Christmas tree. What I'm saying is, these sites make it incredibly easy to cater to extremely specific fetishes, and with extreme specificity becomes extreme content. This brings us to a rather infamous website, Pixiv. Don Boru largely receives its submissions from Pixiv, an art-sharing website and Japan's answer to DeviantArt. However, unlike DeviantArt, Pixiv allows for a vast array of very explicit artwork. Many of the more gruesome anime shock images of the last 2 decades originated on Pixiv. And though it's very much still around, mounting pressure from advertisers have forced it to tighten up its policies. So between the sheer availability of violent hentai on Pixiv and the sea of Borus willing to cater extremely specific fetishes comes Guro-chan.cx, which may remind you of another highly educational website ending in. Though Guro-chan functions less like a Boru and more like a text-based site, kinda like 4chan, it nevertheless contains an exhaustive catalog of images and GIFs showing unimaginable scenes of anime girls being scrambled. And because the nature of this artwork makes it incredibly insular, a small but thriving community of Guro fetishists exist in this bubble. And the reason I'm telling you all this is so that it's abundantly clear that this drawing, whether it looks that way or not, was specifically intended to be fetish art. But even if you can't tell by looking at it, how come some people just know? Welcome to Anime 101. Warning for the entire rest of the video. As a smart and very handsome viewer who is also probably very tall, you may have picked up on my use of the word Guro instead of gore, and that's because Guro is very much its own thing. Guro, known also as ero Guro or erotic grotesque, is actually perfectly summarized on Urban Dictionary. It is a Japanese art form that focuses on—
It's freezing up. Yeah, great. Let me save real quick. Okay. This is all coming along quite nicely, actually, I think. Especially these 2 cuties.
The bizarre, grotesque, and alteration of one's body mixed with freaky stuff. In the West, gory hentai is often referred to as guro, especially if there is a heavily mutilated anime girl covered in blood, missing limbs, or spilling her insides. Often all 3 is present and the subject is no more. I'm sorry, that was literally like impossible to clean up for YouTube. Please consider subscribing to Patreon, and that way I don't have to censor every 3rd word. Guro as a term originated from the phrase ero guro nonsensu, or erotic grotesque nonsense in Taisho-era Tokyo right before World War II. This was the name of a counterculture movement among artists who sought to intentionally make subversive and highly offensive art, kind of like a spiritual sibling to Weimar Germany. And few things are more immediately offensive to the average person than the combination of jork in it and gore. This movement was not long-lived whatsoever, coming under heavy scrutiny by the government and society at large. But much like the other great-granddaddy of hentai, ero Guro's influence has persisted ever since. And just to put into perspective how influential this movement was, Wikipedia cites it as a foundational influence on the development of this. By 1936, however, with the war effort heating up and fewer resources available for creative pursuits, the ero Guro nonsense movement was slowly winding down. And its swan song would come in the form of the Sada Abe incident, highly publicized affair in which adult worker Sada Abe ended her lover, jorked his weenus right off his body, and carried it around with her in her kimono as a keepsake. Artists and society at large was captivated by the symbolic quality of this crime, inspiring a final wave of grotesque artwork and literature immortalizing her story. But between the war effort and the moral panic about hot women coming to end you, the movement lost momentum for good. But to connect this back to the limbless anime girl, how can you look at this and just know that it's adult in nature? Think about the voyeuristic quality of the image. Whose perspective are we seeing this from? Why did the artist choose to make her chest visible? In fact, why did he choose for her to still have her chest at all? Why is she posed in such a way as to make fully visible the extent of all her injuries? And why does she still nevertheless have the cuteness and polish of a generic anime girl? Put all together, these are pretty direct tells that this art is not just for art's sake. It's fulfilling a very particular function. And knowing all this, the only thing truly left unanswered is what is the appeal of this fetish for people who like it? While my aim here is never to pass judgment, I strongly believe that not all fetishes are created equal, and something whose premise is so violent and which necessarily requires another person to suffer probably warrants a closer look. As this Redditor explains,
closer look.
Kept in the realm
like
of
by
fantasy,
the relevant
like many
authorities.
fetishes. In real life, this stuff is
You are
completely
being tracked.
unarousing. But here, things are
We have your
exaggerated,
location.
unrealistic, and no real people actually get hurt. There's a divide between fiction and reality. the extreme but logical extension of BDSM. It could be that some wires got crossed in our brains or something. We don't have a reason exactly for enjoying it. We just do. It could be that we got desensitized to regular stuff and turned to more extreme stuff because we couldn't use the normal stuff anymore. And as many point out, it can be a scary but controlled way to approach trauma. I'm not personally convinced that this kind of weird loving reverence explains the average Goro-chan user, but at the end of the day, the brain is a fascinating place. And whose brain could be more useful when it comes to explaining all of this than that of the artist himself? So to come way back to the limbless hospital girl, let's remember that this was a sequel artwork to a piece that was actually uploaded a few months prior in July of 2009. And for the sake of brevity, the original artwork depicts the perspective of a really bad guy as he sits across the table from the anime girl who at this point resembles a raw skirt steak. And this same girl is the one pictured recovering in the hospital. And what's coolest of all is that S. Zenith Lee is actually pretty open about why he likes this stuff. On his old blog, he wrote, "I consider this one of the most horrible scenes I've ever drawn. I never understand why some sicko would send taunting letters to the family. Zodiac comes to mind. Scans of his letters always give me the creeps. I recently read a novel called Goth by Otsuichi, in which the harm went even further by sending tape recordings and parts of the victim to her sister. Maybe that's the reason why I woke up to a nightmare of this scene a few nights ago. The very next conscious thought of mine is, of course, I gotta draw this down." While it's not clear how much fulfillment Zenith gets from creating these artworks, he's pretty cavalier about his interest in exploring suffering from the perspective of the aggressor and the victim. And while it would be fascinating to get his insight onto the hospital girl as a meme, his last online activity was an illustration uploaded in 2020. He left behind a sizable gallery of incredible, though very explicit, artwork, and his digital footprint is otherwise not known. The only real speculation can be found in this comment, suggesting that his deteriorating health led to his absence. But to be clear, nobody knows. The limbless anime girl is far and away one of the best examples we have of what happens when fetish art reaches a completely unexpected audience and gets taken fully out of context. She was intense and grim, but just absurd enough to express very real feelings during our current meme era of post-ironic detachment. And unlike the vast majority of fetish art that gets removed from context and put into memes, many people were able to look at this and immediately clock it for what it was. And objectively speaking, is it strange that you can reasonably expect to see fetish art every time you log on? Yes. But that's the internet. And I cannot end this video on a pun this week because I genuinely think that making fun of someone who lost all 4 of her arms and legs sucks. This has been Bad Art History.
It sucks. Okay. And that's it. That's it. I don't even know if Elijah is even in the stream anymore. That's it. That's all you're getting. I hope you're happy. I hope that you have a wealth of information to draw from and that you had fun. What's important is that we all had fun. And that's what's really important here. Yikes. Big yikes. Oh, shit. Don't do that. This needs to be lighter. It has to be rose, but just barely rose. satyr-like character is always difficult when it comes to coloring the base skin. What you want to do is you want to color the part that obviously the foot is the most is the darkest part. But a lot of animals will have like very patchy fur. And this is just due to how animals grow fur, really. Specifically, obviously, mammals. I'd say the best contrast is when you apply like a really brighter, I don't know. I'm just testing it out, so I'm not sure if this is like 100% gonna be how the character looks like, but because it might be better to just straight up pick one color for the leg, which is kind of what I'm looking at right now. Maybe like one color for the leg, but like maybe like down here. It kind of fades into a different color. I need, back to this. And then we'll clean it up, since I got a little messy with it. Oh, shit. And then what we can do is we can kind of give... Oh, shit. Kind of give like a little bit of... Because she also has very rosy pink cheeks. So... Oh, I forgot to give her ears. I'm so stupid. Forgot about her ears. Oh my goodness. I mean, does she really need the... Does she really need that? I don't know if she does. Nah, she doesn't. She doesn't need that shit. This, however, is it light on top? Yes, light on top, dark on the bottom. Usually how it goes. And then the light one on top, so this one. No. Her hair on top would almost be black, actually. We need a marker for this one, make it a little big. We're actually gonna go into the outline and erase the hair outline right here. Okay, this is hair, right? Okay, I didn't put it in here, I put it in skin, that's fine. We'll put the accents of the hair here. She's got bluish accents in her hair. It's gonna be darker though. There we go. Get some more of that darker brown. Gonna fill in the accents. Shit. What the fuck is happening there? Oh, I see. And then because of that, actually, we can now go into the highlights again. Kind of fill out the back here. Kind of adjust the hair. Because what I did was I took out the outline to better adjust the hair. So it can look a little more crazy, a little more all over the place. There we go. Okay. Nice. Nice. And then, third characteristic here. Oh, my mouse is moving. Sorry. How does it look? Now her dress. Can you see what? What do you want to say? And answer carefully. Choose wisely your next words, Elijah. No. No. Alright, give me one request that's not fetish art. Do you understand, Elijah? That's the one thing. You can request something, but it cannot be fetish art. And I will draw it as quickly as I can in the corner. Away from the other drawings. So they don't have to look at it. It's on the same layer, damn it. So we're actually gonna have to work in this layer. This is not to mess with the hair. Which is fine. What the hell? Oh, I see. Actually hide, okay. Is that also in this? Got it. I really fucked up on the hair part. Put this in the bottommost layer. Hide this, hide this. Oh fuck, I erased the shoulder. Okay, well, never mind. Actually, let's save the image real quick. Put everything back on, and then... Okay. Elijah, you can find one thing to request that isn't fetish art? Are you serious right now? Come on, man. Come on. What? How am I? Oh, I see. Alright, sick. That's sick. I delete a layer, let me just make sure this doesn't have anything on it. Okay. Alright, we're good. We're actually not gonna delete it, we're just gonna put them over here. Oh, and then save. Beautiful. Elijah got real quiet when I denied the art request. Come on. Should I erase the outline? Let's see what it looks like without the outline. I mean, like, looks kind of, doesn't look bad actually. I guess the interior outline could stay where it is. That one's fine, I guess. It looks better. That looks good, actually. I'm okay with that. I put this on the wrong layer, too. This is supposed to be auxiliary. This has to be the primary one, so... Let's see, this is the skin tone of the deer. And we need a more yellowish skin tone. Yellow-brown. That's a good one. It's off-white. This one, we do the top layer. Oh, wait. He actually walks around barefoot, connects him to nature. Now his coat is here in the third layer. Crayon. Make it a little bigger. The interior is actually a dark gray, as well as the pants. Very muted. Oh my gosh, mouse. Fucking mouse. Smaller pen. Get into the finer details. Get around these tight curves. And this is actually completely white. These are golden. So it's this. key, a third thing. Beautiful. Let's give him some white teeth. And then the final touch will go on this layer. Shrink this down to 2 pixels. We're gonna do the highlights for the outfit. More muted highlights for the interior. I actually need to add on to this. Okay, here you go. That is all the main cast done. I am a big fan of how this all came out. I think it all came out very well done. Personally, in my opinion. And they all really have their own, their own distinctive looks, and I think that's why I like all these OCs. I've built these OCs with my own 2 hands. No, I've built these OCs over a long period of time, spanning years, absolutely. Like years and years of having them, and then now I've put them together, and I think that this is a really special occasion. Like, they all look perfect. They're all extremely well done. I feel like I've captured their personalities very well. Let's merge everything together. Oh, should I merge the outlines? Yeah, maybe not. Merge down. Merge down. And then merge down. Okay. We'll save. Oh, shit. They're very cool. They're very fun. This is very, very fun. These are all characters that are going to appear in a book that I am writing. This is the main character. This person here. This is the antagonist. They all have their own antagonists, so it's like this green guy is connected to gray guy. They go against each other, right? Blondie is connected to the Wendigo here. And then these two are connected, but this guy is technically the bad guy. But you could also see this guy as the bad guy. The very gray, black and white area. And mostly it's contrast in ideals. So, green guy, who's Bug? Bug is green, obviously. Bug is a fan of overcoming one's situation or overcoming one's like inheritance, changing one's standing in life. That's Bug's whole deal. This fella is greed. So greed was born a demon, more specifically one of the 7 deadly sins. So greed is actually like a powerful entity, very powerful entity. I'm sorry, not greed. I'm stupid. Greed is another character. This is gluttony, actually. How do you even spell gluttony? Is this gluttony? I don't know. Or glutton. I don't know how to spell. Gluttony here. Obviously gluttony, because look at the fucking mouths. I mean, if you were to draw gluttony, how would you draw a demon that is made to devour all things? Gluttony believes in being the person that society has assigned. So gluttony is a demon and will act like a demon. Gluttony only wishes to be a demon. They never desire to be anything more than a monster. Bug is seen very differently in the world. Bugs are like low-born. They're like in the hierarchy of needs. Let's say humans are up here. Bugs are down here. So bug would be this area of the triangle. Would be the very bottom of the triangle. Meanwhile, human-born people are up here, right? Any creature in this world that is not human but is humanoid is categorized in like multiple ways. So humans are obviously the top, right? And then you have things that are humanoid and mammal, which go just below human. And then you have below that anything that falls into humanoid but is, say, a reptile, an amphibian, fish. So aquatic life fits in here, you know, mermaids and stuff. Plants, any sort of plant life or plant people fit in here. And then at the very, very bottom of the humanoid spectrum is the bug people, which would be bug. and for the most part, some of the bugs do carry their own names. But at the very, very bottom, we're talking like bottom of the barrel, would be roaches. So bug is a roach. Known for being nearly indestructible to a point where you'd have to find some magical means of killing them. Unfortunately for Bug, his biggest enemy is a demon, so magic comes pretty hand in hand. Bug, his whole thing in life is that he wants to climb the ladder. So he wants to go up in life. He wants to be seen as important as the people up top. And he tries everything he can. He tries everything he can to do that. There's a lot that goes into this character specifically. I try to make Bug the simplest version of all my OCs. So most of my OCs will be very, very like distinctly kind of difficult to comprehend in different styles. But Bug is very simple. Bug has about 3 attributes. 1, the color of Bug's skin. 2, these little antennae that come off of Bug's face. Oh, somebody just messaged me? I'm getting messages from a friend. Hold on. I'll be right back.